You can go.
All right. Hello, world outside. This is Winter Games. Winter Games is the showcase of the games program at ITU Copenhagen, called Winter Games because we made summer games that we called summer games, and now we have winter games because it's winter. We're all locked in different places, mostly all over Copenhagen, but we also have guests from faraway towns like Helsinki, for example. And what is the ITU Games program? We're a games program, so a master program where you can study games in two different tracks, the design track and the tech track in Copenhagen, in Denmark. And since it's only a master program, so only in the sense of no bachelor, just a master program, people have bachelors from very different disciplines. So it's a very colorful and diverse place that produces very different kinds of experiences, not even all of them games, but most of them are actually. And we sometimes run little exhibitions where we just show off what students have made. And this is basically the virtual streamed version of one of them. We have a 4-hour program because we have very active students that work on awesome stuff that deserves a little bit of time. The 4 hours are hosted always by one of our teachers and an external guest, with the idea that we somehow get a little bit more fresh feedback and that our students get a little bit of a bigger picture feedback on their projects instead of only always talking to us teachers. So yeah, 4 hours, 4 blocks with 4 guests, 4 teachers, and 4 projects in every hour makes 16 games all in all. I want to already thank all the guests for coming, especially Yasmin now, because she's already in the starting holes for this, our first guest, and Hannah, who is the host of our first session. And also a special shout out to Alberto, who is doing all the magic with Twitch in the background. And I also want to mention that I also want to thank Triband because they are hosting me here in their offices, in their empty offices, of course, because Copenhagen is in a more or less lockdown situation, just like everyone else. Well, let's just hope that we can spend a few hours now not thinking about the end of the world and the plague that is haunting us, but instead live and enjoy the creative act of making new interactive experiences and games and things. I'm handing over to Hannah now, who will host the first session and introduce our guest and introduce our wonderful students who are presenting their projects. Hannah, can you hear me? Can you?
Sure, I can. Can you hear
me? Awesome.
Me?
Yes.
Good. Very good.
How elegant of me.
Like hot potato.
Yeah, that was the hot potato. Yeah. All right.
So my name is Hanna Virman. I'm Martin's colleague, associate professor at ITU, and I'm very excited to show you some of our student games together with Yasmin Danke from Helsinki, working as a senior UX designer at the Mainframe Industries. What kind of game you're working on right now?
All right, I just needed to unmute myself. Currently, I'm working on a cloud-native MMO, so something along the lines, think Elder Scrolls Online, a very realistic world where many players will come together and yeah, play together. That's basically it.
Very, very happy to have you here. So how we will continue is that we have 1 hour and we have 4 games. And we will start with a game called The Bleeding Tree. And we should have 2 students, Anders and Markus, somewhere ready to present the game. And then I will ask Yasmin to comment and give feedback.
Sure. Well, hello, I am Markus, and I have my partner in crime, Anders, here. We were at the DADIO course this year, and together with 18 other people, we created a game called The Bleeding Tree. So I'll share my screen here, and we'll show you a presentation video.
Hi, we are No Input Interactive. 18 amazing and talented people who have worked together hard this fall to go from being complete strangers to a strong development team. This video will show our journey from vision and planning to execution and final product. To get us started, we had 3 specific goals, pillars of our vision that needed to be reached through our design. The game must present the player with meaningful decisions. The game must make winning come at a cost, and it must make losing interesting.
We decided to make a roguelike game with permadeath, random generation of levels and power-ups, and hack and slash gameplay. Roguelikes naturally lend themselves to design that grants the player meaningful decisions with choices like loadout, power-up selection, and navigation. But we wanted to innovate, to work with new ways of handling victory and failure. We created 2 features that explore a new way of adding long-term meaning to starting over in roguelikes. We called them Fight Yourself and Not All Is Lost. Fight Yourself means that the final boss of the game is the last character you beat the game with. Not All Is Lost means that when you die, you leave behind a ghost that will help you in the future. We wanted the game to be set in a dark fantasy world with themes of greed and corruption. We wanted the game to take place in a forest that had become dark and twisted because of human greed, and we wanted the gameplay to encourage the player to take these greedy actions that corrupted the forest.
These plans led to many challenges, and we wish to highlight a few. To strengthen our key innovations, we wanted the player to be able to recognize the previous characters. To accomplish this, we created a character generator that could pick armor and weapon models at random. We also created a name generation system for the character, so naming would be easy, even with an Xbox controller. Early in the process, we established that the corruption spread through the water in the forest. This meant that any organism in the forest that consumed the water would become twisted and mutated. In the end, this was realized by deforming our non-corrupt 3D models, adding mutations that glow with the color of corruption. In the Bleeding Tree, we also used sounds to communicate the strange and corrupted nature of the forest. We developed a unique and adaptive ambience for each level to portray the journey into a corrupted world. When we first tested the game, we were surprised. We had developed a fun hot seat multiplayer experience where players would compete to create the strongest, most unbeatable bosses for each other.
The result of our hard work is a game we're calling The Bleeding Tree, an action-packed roguelike game with a uniquely dynamic challenge that evolves over time.
Yeah, and Anders, if you take
Yes.
the word.
Will do. Cool. So you have seen a little bit here about the Bleeding Tree, and now we want to show you in-game how it works. And Marcus will do a little bit of streaming for you, and I'll tell you what's happening on the screen. So instantly, what you see here is Marcus going to the tavern, our character selection screen, where you can pick between 3 weapons. You have the axe, the sword, and the dagger. Maybe you can already guess what that means for the different movesets they have. At least we hope so. For the point that we came across with before, that you have to fight yourself in the end, we want you to have a character name. So we have a little bit of a character name generation in here, but you can also write your own. So now Marcus is in combat. This is the main like moment-to-moment gameplay here. You're going to be surrounded by enemies. They're going to try to stop you from progressing further in the forest, and you have to kill them all and drink the water in order to actually move on. So here you see 3 different power-up selections. Marcus picked one here, and this one was the fireball, which means that he has a ranged attack available to him now. So here there is a ghost, little wisp on the side of the entrance to the next level. This means that the player has already died before. So here you see a character from a previous playthrough, which has all the power-ups that you had when you reached this point and you died at this point. So this is the one that what the mechanic that we called not all is lost, or the feature at least. So as you can see, you are in the forest, and Marcus is going to take us through a few levels, so you can see the core loop, and then you can understand actually where you're going to lose the game, because we're going to go to the boss, and maybe Marcus will be able to beat it, but maybe he won't. And I guarantee you, if you try it for the first time, you won't. So it's as we mentioned, it's a roguelike, right? And it's an action RPG where we have focused a lot on the game feel. We focused a lot on the core, the workings of the combat, and we've been lucky to have a few people who are very skilled at Tekken and the game Tekken, and actually have been using this knowledge about how melee fighting systems work in order to actually make our game feel very good and very challenging. So now Marcus reaches the difficult level with 3 skulls. Yeah, I also see the green screen here. I don't know what's going on. This is the first boss, Gora. And it's a very difficult one, especially because the main challenge of our game is going to be, you have the windows of opportunity where you can attack the enemy, and often when you attack them, they get stunned. But Gora, the first troll, does not get stunned, which means you actually have to dodge, have to get out of the way, otherwise you will get hurt and you will lose. No, it's not possible to lock on to the enemy, and it can be a little bit difficult to play with keyboard and mouse unless you realize that you can actually aim with the cursor. Yeah, and the last thing we want to show you here is the narrative room, where you can get a little bit of knowledge about what's going on in this forest, and we try to set up a little bit of environmental storytelling. And that's all we wanted to show you for this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anders and Marcus. I'm still stunned by the hardcore design pillars you had at some point. Rare to see design pillars in such a way. Yasmin, what do you think?
Yeah, looks great. I just love that you actually have design pillars and such cool ones also. It looks a lot like Diablo meets Dark Souls, I guess. That's the vibe that I'm getting from also everything that I've seen. Yeah, it looks great. Do you have specific questions, or do you want me to just give you a couple of what I think, like some insights, or?
I think it could be, well, I don't have any specific questions at this point, no.
All right, well, definitely I love that you have design pillars. It kind of shows that you have quite a good understanding already of what it means to make a game, because, you know, if we make a game, we need to come with an intention to it. First and foremost, it's usually for who it is, but, you know, design pillars also help, of course, and it helps inform you, you know, exactly what kind of features you are making and what kind of light. I love that. The meaningful, the punishing, and the like interesting failure. I really loved how you deconstructed also roguelike in itself. That's always really good, you know, doing that for a genre that you want to do, to understand how it works. It looked definitely, I loved all the UX things that you did, also specifically the audio explanation and for the atmosphere and how everything ties in. That is something that is also easily forgotten. I have to say, I'm really impressed with your understanding of how gameplay systems need to provide signs and feedback. Also, you know, of course, in terms of audio cueing, I really love the animations, and it's a very funny tidbit to think you had someone who's into Tekken, that, yeah, fighting systems, someone who understands fighting systems, of course, that helps, even though this is not that kind of fighting game. It's more like a hack and slash, but definitely it helps with the pacing of gameplay, which is a bit, for hack and slash, as I also saw, you know, it's a bit faster than, for example, something like Dark Souls, even though that the intent is kind of similar to maybe learn about the bosses. I wonder if you have different sets of attacks for the bosses, because that's something I guess I would kind of expect now that I need to learn, because that's part of the learning curve and coming back in the rope, like, okay, what can I try this time and in this part of the game. I really love the ghosting mechanic. It's definitely something fresh. Reminds me, of course, also, again, it's really much this Dark Souls vibe where you have these kind of similar visuals, at least, even the players, I think, there. really cool. I think that's lovely, and definitely it makes you look forward to go to a certain point again in the game. The main maybe thing of that would be cool to see, how can I see a little bit more of the progression? For example, in the starting screen, how far have I come with this class? How many deaths have I died? How many enemies have I slayed? Like, you can add some meta to that, even that unlocks, you know, other things. Maybe even the more you play with this kind of character, those kind of things are usually just interesting, and it feels like there's something to find there, even though I died also, for example. There's something to see, maybe something new, or, you know, just having stats to share is really cool. Yeah, you have so many cool things. I really like the tent also, with this kind of narrative pieces that you have there. I just feel also, I played Diablo 2 so much. I feel so much taken aback to the jungle. You know, the atmosphere is so greatly done. Yeah, I cannot give you a lot of advice other than more the meta things, and like, just that, can I track, yeah, what I have done and how good I have been, and maybe even some kind of, if you want to go further, if there are specific parts of the level, can there even be time involved in some things also? But that is just fluff in a way. I feel like the core is really solid. So yeah, great job.
Thanks a lot.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I'll be posting a link to the itch.io on Twitch if everyone wants to try it out.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yasmin. That was very, very helpful, I'm sure. Anders and Marcus, thank you for going first. And we are moving forward to a game called Lullaby. And we have Mark and Jonathan here, I believe.
Yes, that would be correct.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you a lot for having us here. We're a team of 6 people who have been making a game as part of the first year student course, making games. 3 programmers, 3 designers have come together for this Lullaby. It's a 2D puzzle platformer where you take control of a little triangle character who must enter a dark and mysterious dungeon and navigate the puzzles that lie in your path. Except that this time around, you will use your in-game music wheel to interact with the world and manipulate it through song. And before we go with live gameplay, we'll just show a very brief trailer just to give an impression. So, just a very small tidbit of the stuff we've been making here. Now we'll actually go into just to take it a bit slower and show what is actually going on here. So here we see our small little triangle character. It has been called many things: Dorito, pizza slice, marshmallow. I think we as a team welcome all those interpretations. For now, it's just a triangle. Through this little character, we have access to an in-game note wheel, which we may select using an analog stick on our controller. Each section here, as you see on the screen, corresponds to a different tone as part of a musical key, and we can begin playing actually rather freely, playing melodies and individual tones. Yeah, so this idea of using a music wheel as input is then something we've taken and sort of built the rest of the level all around that with the different puzzle sections. We'll now go up to first example. After a tutorial section, you encounter a first formidable bell in your path. And these are sort of markers of progression along your path as you progress into the dungeon. And so something has happened. If we go back now, a brazier has been lit, and thus the elevator in our path can now activate. But as you can see, 2 lights are lit up, and that shows that we must be able to play 2 notes at once. And thankfully, our little triangle doesn't, shall we say, follow the normal rules of only being able to sing 1 tone. It's a magical character who can manipulate the world through song. So we're also able to sing in chords. And so we go further into the dungeon. So now, as stated, the musical wheel allows for pretty responsive input, and if you are musically inclined, you can begin to play through the scale. It's a major pentatonic, so all notes and combinations will sound good in some way. There's no dissonance in there. But of course, we've built the level so that you will engage in puzzles, and a puzzle could involve something such as this one. Almost make the character sounds like it's blabbering in music. So a theme for just this East Wing is to progress further with using the melodies and sequences of the wheel. Yeah, very important to our game has really been that even though there is a sort of a musical output whenever you engage with a puzzle, because you will be playing small melody sections and tones, this doesn't require any prior musical training. As you can see, like the logic of the puzzles and their setup actually adhere more to both color coding and a directional sort of input, which has worked very well with testing. We realized pretty early on that it's complicated to start color coding when you have a dungeon that's otherwise quite bleak and dark, and you then have different colors introduced. But a combination of direction and color has been able to make it playable for people, also for colorblind people, which we were fortunate to be able to test with throughout the development. And yeah, this is the game that we've ended up with, and that we are quite happy about, actually. It was quite a long process.
Great, Mark. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're right to be happy about that. I'm sure Yasmin has a lot to say about the interface.
Well, I mean, basically there is none, which is usually great. It's, of course, it's hard for me to imagine how intuitive the controls actually feel, how they work. But you know that the moment that you said you have done testing, I know that you are on the, you are doing the work to make sure that it's understandable. Yeah, my first thoughts are, what a delight. I love the character. You already got a lot of feedback of what people think it would be, which is great. People can interpret it in different ways, and they can make it whatever they think that it is. It looks quite dark, but then the contrast of this melody and this cute character against this bleak world, which seems to be a thing for your students. It just feels really delightful and, quite a novel idea, I guess. Personally, I haven't really seen a lot of this. There are a couple of games, I think, but of course none that really maybe specializes. So congratulations on, what a great concept that you brought to life here. It looks lovely. Yeah, I mean, the main feedback would really be, and you already mentioned that you have put effort into user testing, because a lot of what I see in the game you cannot really tell from just watching if it works and how accessible it is, but you already did and you still do the testing, and which is where you find out that, okay, can people understand the wheel? How quickly do they find out how it works if no one tells them what to do or advises them? That is usually, right, the best way to find out if you need to still tweak something or if there needs to be a tutorial or not. But the thing is, there are so few elements. So I guess I can see how definitely with just playing with the stick, you will very quickly find out what you can do. It's a very small set of actions, and yeah, I can see how it feels really, really great. Probably the moment that you figure out how you can change the environment with this kind of very unique or like unusual approach to do it, instead of jumping, right, or shooting at something, but you use something that is, you know, so non-threatening or aggressive, which I really like. You know, which makes this so kind of unique in its approach. Yeah, great job. I would love to play it just to see how it feels. I love that there's almost like no UI. So I guess I wonder, is there maybe some narrative elements later that would tell a story about this kind of character?
Yeah, so right from the get-go, the idea was, as like with the title Lullaby, was sort of there would be a larger or a narrative or a trajectory for the character, and what we finally ended up with doesn't contain all those elements, but there was the idea, just the sort of the basic vision of having a very sort of pure character enter a very dark and mysterious place, but going in to soothe it, like just to bring song and color to this place. And finally, at the final path, it would be something about like a sentence that kept on reappearing was like soothing a restless giant. It never became like part of the final build, but we do have one big door there at the end.
I love it. Yeah, the narrative would be, because there are very few things maybe to discover apart from the gameplay, then the narrative would give a little bit more meat or overall, okay, why am I going to the next puzzle? What might I find out about myself or about the world? Which is the fun that comes in games with this kind of approach, which again, also in Dark Souls, it's very bleak, but you figure out things about the world while you go on about it. And I guess the other games that I would think about that are in line with this are maybe like Limbo, or other such games that are like where, yeah, you don't know what is going on, but then there are these little bits and pieces. Maybe even Shadow of the Colossus. I don't know. They all have this kind of vibe. Yeah, great work. I would love to see these things go even further. See people play them. Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Mark. And let us know in the Twitch channel if there's a play where we can actually play the game.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Moving on to Matthias Nielsen, there is a game called Bewildered. Matthias, are you there?
Yeah. Hello.
Cool.
Are you able to hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's just share. So Bewildered is a board game, and I created it due to an assignment that we had on the first semester in making games. It was back in September 2019. We had to make a non-digital game, and I chose to go with this one. Also, they suggested that we should be inspired by a digital game that we liked, a type of game maybe. And I really like the MOBA genre, which is multiplayer online battle arena, like League of Legends. And so I tried to create this as a board game. So the game is essentially where you battle each other in teams of 2. And you do this by using spell cards that you draw. And it's very action focused. And usually in these type of games, you become very strong late in the game. And that is also true for my board game. So essentially that you are snowballing as you progress through the game and suddenly become very strong. For instance, when you get one of the ultimate cards, the spell cards can be seen up in the right corner here, where I have 3 basic cards and an ultimate card. The game goes a lot into random number generation because you have to use dice for a lot of cards. but it also has a lot of strategy, which will help you to actually beat the game or win the game. And then there's teamwork, because you are in teams of 2. So you really rely on each other still. And you can see the board, which is the one that you actually play on. And then there's the way that I track health and mana on each player. So this is a typical setup for the game, where you have a lot of action going on. And you can see there are some trees here to indicate some sort of procedural setup of the game that is a bit random, that you cannot go through or shoot through, but you can destroy them using certain spells. And then we have 4 different characters here attacking one another, and 2 of them are allied, and the other 2. So we have the ranged hero, the healer, the horse, which is the newest character, and then the necromancer. So comparing this to the MOBA genre, it's the same in terms of you select heroes that you want to play, and then you have a way of tracking health and mana, and you can't respawn in the game. You use the spells to attack one another and win, but you're also able to use counters against each other's spells. And then, of course, there's team synergy. I think the best of this type of genre is that what I see people do a lot is that they brawl in the center of the game. So they really love to go in on the action, and I try to achieve this in the board game by focusing on this action alone. And also its mechanics goes a bit into the same as Hearthstone is, I would say. So if you don't know what the MOBA genre is, it's typically League of Legends, Heroes of the Storm, and Dota, for example. So these are the spell cards I currently made. I did all the artwork. Some of them a bit ugly, but it gets the point through. And each of the spell cards, they are tied to the character's background, what type of character it is. So they're all special in their own way. And then there's ultimate cards. So each hero has 4 basic cards, 2 of each of those. And then they also have an ultimate card. So the changes that I did throughout this process, because it's been 1.5 years now since I began making it. In the beginning, I tried to achieve a constant change in the alliances in the game, but people didn't really feel like they were allied because I constantly changed it. And so I went into having fixed alliances so that it doesn't really change ever. Also because the MOBA genre is usually about the tactics and teams. And I went from having that when whoever is last, when the game ends, when someone is standing and everybody else is dead. I wanted this because that's usually, I think, how you do in games, that you try to eliminate your opponents in this type of game. But people ended up sitting through a whole session if they died early on. And I tried to accommodate this by actually introducing respawning mechanic. So now you essentially just have to achieve an X number of coins in order to win the game. And then you just respawn whenever you die. In the beginning, you could only use 1 spell card per round, but I changed this to be mana-based because it allows people to be more combo-minded, and also there's more action this way. And another thing I changed was having directional spells, because I thought this added some more depth to the mechanics, but it also made it too complicated, which I do not want for the game. And so I changed it into having only ranged, which you can see on the top right corners of the spells, the range they have. And then there's also a card that I actually had to change completely that essentially confused people, and it was called Confuse. What it does is that it reverts the effect of whatever spell is played next. But the edge cases for this card escalate too much, so I had to do something about that. Throughout the whole process, I had to take a lot of notes in order to improve it. And what I did was that I let people play the game and then asked them afterwards, when the game was over, what they actually felt about it and their thoughts. I wrote down as much as I could from their feedback, and then I filtered it later on through, for instance, having a graph where I categorized the different notes I had. And then I used this to improve the game and however I saw fit. And this is an overview of the process from the beginning till now. And what I learned from this process, which I think is very important to notice that you should not be afraid to share your work if you have something, because people have great feedback, and it allows you to make the best version of your game. That was at least what I felt was true for my board game. And people, they love sharing the ideas when they play the game, and you should write them down, I think, all of them, but you should still stay true to what you think the game should be, and try to go forward towards what you think you want the game to feel like. And I think that the best feedback you can get is from body language, because there's no bias. If they don't like the game, you can usually tell. If they enjoyed it very much, they will let you know. And then you should test it on people that you do not know, because then they are not biased either by the friendship, and they can be more direct with what they think about the game. And also you should keep trying things out. I constantly change a lot of stuff in my board game to try and see what the optimal version of it would be, and still kept track of the previous versions. So you could possibly keep a change log to remember how you change the game over time. To have some weird situations because I mean, the cards that are very strong in this game, if they're combined, that's what makes them very strong. So some extreme cases for me was that I one time here dealt 140 damage in one go, and you have a maximum of 12 health each. So that was a bit extreme. And there's also sometimes that you want to attack your friends in order to win the game. One of the last time I played, I won by killing my ally. So there's a lot of that as well. So this is pretty much my board game, and I have it set up here, if you can see that.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation.
Well, you're welcome.
Personally, of course, I have to say I'm not super familiar with board games, and there are some differences in making board games in terms of digital games. I think the main thing that a colleague once said is that, you know, we recycle a lot in video games, while in board games there's a lot more innovation on gameplay. Overall, it looked really cool. I really loved that. It's really interesting. I mean, you chose the MOBA genre, whereas, you know, of course, when I think about it first, it's all about the real-time strategy, the action, the fast-paced gameplay. But you said you looked specifically at that, and you had your own ideas how to bring that into the game. So I love to hear that. Of course, it's hard, you know, to imagine how is the pacing and how does it feel to play the game. But again, I have to say, overall, I'm super impressed with everyone here, that you all take extensive time and research into player testing, because, you know, this is the main thing that you can do to make a good game, is to test it against the people that it is for. And I really loved, you know, again, I'm actually more like, I'm really impressed by your learnings and that you wanted to share them. I think that is really amazing. And that is a really big part of the gaming community, at least here in Finland also, is that we share and help each other to learn, okay, how can we do things better? And those are really great insights. I love the one about the bias and the body language. You're absolutely right. And it's really, and it is really painful to watch people play your game, be it a board game or a digital one, you know, the things that, you know, it's like, but it's, you think it's so clear, and but, you know, no one gets it, and you see that, okay, maybe, you know, because we are all very stuck in our ways. So, you know, again, you already have, I think you're so far ahead also. You have thought it through, you have looked at the genre where you wanted to pick your ideas from. You specified how to solve them in your own way. You tested against people. You made all the analysis and iterated based on the findings. I don't really know how to help all of your people. You already, these are the things that you need to do. And I mean, it looks super cool. I would love to see you basically team up maybe with an artist who brings a little bit more of the visual fidelity out with a cool theme of this idea that you have, because overall it looks really interesting. It looks like you have there are deep gameplay systems. You know, I'm a huge Hearthstone fan, so it's really interesting to hear that you've taken something probably the RNG mechanics of card drawing, maybe, I don't know. But, you know, it would be super interesting to see with, and yeah, to be able to be commercially, of course, a bit more successful. It's mainly what I would advise you, hey, find someone from the art university who can help you, yeah, breathe a little bit more life maybe into it.
Is there ihaha in another computer? What was all your ihaha?
Yes, amazing work, man.
Thank you.
Nothing else said.
It's interesting.
I realized there's
It also turned out that some people are actually very good at this board game and understanding it right away, while some others have more difficulty with it. And apparently I played with someone here last time who usually played, I think it was games like Diablo, who had an easier time also understanding it because it's a lot of the same mechanics.
Yeah, the more experienced the player is in a certain genre, then they can use that kind of mind map. This is the thing also for everyone, who's playing, who are you and asking to play, because of course, is this someone who's experienced in games, and which kind of games is the difference if someone plays Heyday or if they play Counter-Strike. But there is also the thing about, you want to make money with your game. It's about, okay, what is the market? Who are the audience segments? And then testing with the correct kind of people, if you know some in your friends circles, or if you can pay services like Playtest Cloud for a small segment of people, and you will get good insights on that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Stuff.
excellent. Thank you both. Sorry about the noise from my side. We are moving to the last project of the first session. Thank you everybody on Twitch for being there. We know you're asking questions. Hopefully there are teammates answering your questions. Last, we have a tower defense game with the chicken. Bryn, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Awesome. So hi, my name is Bryn. I'm going to be presenting Chicken Defense. It's a small game that we made in a span of 6-7 weeks, something like that. And the whole idea of the game is that we try to subvert the player expectation of what a tower defense game is usually supposed to be like. So it's called Chicken Defense because you're defending a chicken. And the best way for me to show you what's going on is to pick up this chicken and start the game. So in the whole game, the idea is that you are going to be placing those scarecrows that are going to try to protect your chicken, because your enemy farmers, the neighbor farmers, are going to try to steal the chicken from you. But the chicken, of course, is going to like run around. It's a chicken at the end of the day, right? Like we don't necessarily think of them as the most calm animals that are focused and collected. So the idea is that you have to manage placing down these towers strategically in a moment-to-moment gameplay basis, while alongside that, try to micromanage your chicken by picking it up and carrying it to places where it won't get into trouble. So the whole loop consists of trying to set up a trap for the enemy farmers and then luring them into that trap by picking up the chicken and bringing it between the towers. This seems very simple at first, but over time, we introduce more and more enemies and more chickens to defend at the same time, which quite drastically increases the difficulty of the game. So if I actually just skip to the level where we have multiple chickens, here the chickens are reacting to the enemies, so the game itself becomes quite a bit more chaotic, and I'm already losing one chicken here, right? Like it's hard to talk and play this game at the same time. But the whole idea was that we try to take everything from a tower defense game that you might be used to and try to subvert that. So while usually you have towers that you build and then you spend time upgrading, we try to do everything that we can to keep you from not turtling in one place and not building towers over and over at the same position. As you see, like towers disappear after a short amount of time, and the enemies are dropping resources that you have to pick up. So it forces the player to move around the map. You have to carry the chicken, you have to place on the towers, you have to pick up the resources. In this situation here, you have multiple chicken that you have to carry around, right? So it tries to play with the whole idea of what a tower defense game is supposed to be and tries to turn it on its head. And instead of ending up with a game where you are building towers and you're idly watching what's happening, you end up with a game where you are a lot more involved with a lot higher actions per minute than you normally would. We also took this further and tried to explore different ideas of what you can do with levels in a game where you're building towers, and that's based around doing resource management. So we have a few levels that we call desert levels, where we subvert the player expectations of the enemies dropping you resources, and the game becomes much more about carefully planning where you're going to be placing down your towers, because, well, suddenly you don't have an income anymore. You just have a set budget at the start, and you cannot only think about the moment-to-moment gameplay decisions that you would normally do in the regular levels. You also have to think about like the longer-term consequence of how this will affect you. And okay, is 3 resources gonna be enough for me to finish this level, right? Like these are the sort of questions you start asking yourself after when you are in these levels, where you are required to think more about the way that you're building where you don't have access to resources that are expanding over time. We were really lucky, the team of us, so that was me, Stoyan, Johan, and Ricard, to actually be joined by Jova, who's a good friend of mine, who wrote 3 original songs for the game itself. All of the art that you also see was done for the game itself as well. So we're very happy that we were able to end up with something that is a very short, but I'd say decently polished experience. So if you would like to try it out, it's available on itch. I'm sure that my teammates already put the link in the chat, and if they haven't, I'm sure they will do so now. So you can try it out yourself. It's like a 15-20-minute experience that can hopefully make your lunch break or morning or afternoon a little bit more fun.
Great.
Cool.
Thank you, Bryn.
Oh man, that looked so funny. And yeah, it was so awesomely polished, beautiful game. Really nice graphic design. Whoever made the art and also the UI, really lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Okay, there was nothing from you, so I can just continue. Yeah, it looked great. It was, I think, really simple to understand. Someone will come and you have a chicken and they will take it, and it will be really easy to understand. You had a lot of, VFX around the speed of the enemies, and they reminded me a bit again. I'm always thinking of just other games, just Yoshi's Island with the baby. You just needed to keep that safe. Yeah, really, I think UX-wise, it looked really clear. I guess you did the test that people understand what to do. I think the difficulty went up very fast, maybe the difficulty curve, but okay, you definitely have a way to scale and keep it interesting. I love the narrative bits actually in between that made it a bit more fluffy and kind of cut it up in things and told a little bit about the world. Maybe one major gameplay element I was wondering about, if you could see the waves, so you could strategize better in terms of which, usually in some tower defense, they do that. It depends, of course, how hardcore you want to be, but basically it would inform my strategy, in the other play mode also, for example. I really like that you introduced another play mode, because of course this one thing could maybe get old quite fast, but now you have 2 different things where you can maybe use what you learned in the one place, and in the other place maybe movement and positioning was even more important because you had a lack of resources. I really like that introduction. In general, again, just like the first game, maybe just meta-wise, is there some kind of high score, some kind of tracking on how well have I done this time in regards to when I started playing the game a week ago or so. So again, these are for replayability, basically, to have these kind of stats things. But otherwise, it looked super cool.
So if I can tackle those 3 things, right? Like,
yes.
Firstly, about the difficulty, I skipped a few levels to be able to show
all right.
interesting parts of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, though, the game itself is not that big. It's like a 15 to 20-minute experience.
Yeah.
So if you sit down and don't present to a group of 100 people while you're actually playing the game, it doesn't take that long to complete it. And hopefully the difficulty curve is a bit better than what you have seen on the stream. In terms of the UI, and the progress bars, like trying to indicate to the player somehow when the waves are coming. We actually tried doing that a few times.
Yeah.
We went through a lot of UI iterations. However, it always seemed like people would not focus at the UI at all. So in the end, we just decided to throw out everything that was not the most essential to play the game and make those elements as big as possible. So it was clear to the players, oh, I have this scarecrow selected. Oh, I have 10 resources. So it tried to just focus on the essentials, because in the testing itself, we have seen that, well, if we're giving this extra information to the players, they're actually not using them. And it's actually cluttering up the screen to the point where it makes it harder to see what enemies are coming towards you, right? Because, well, we aren't giving you a next wave in 10 seconds warning, right? You can see on the sides of the screen the enemies before they enter the player area, right? Like they're slowly waddling towards the chicken pen. And this is also like one of the ways to make the game more difficult. As the areas get bigger, you have less time to react to what enemies are coming, right? At the very start, when you have a very small screen or a very small play area and a very big like white space around you, where you can see the enemies slowly waddling towards you. And on the meta topic, we actually wanted to make the game be something small and digestible and completable in like 20 minutes or so. So we decided to like cut out everything that would be meta-based about like high scores or replayability. I think that's an interesting like thing to consider overall, but it's not something we set out to do with this game. It's just meant to be like a browser game that you play when you're bored, when you want to kill some time that you see on Twitter or something.
Makes all absolute perfect sense. Great analysis and cutting the fluff. And yeah, I can see the gameplay can be, you focus on the character and the chicken, and there's a lot going on. So maybe with the waves, it wouldn't even make any sense. Even maybe I wonder if there could be a vignette, just something you don't need to look at. It's just something that feels. But yeah, I love the analysis also, and that you guys considered, and that's always great to test and understand, okay, this is maybe not for us. And yeah, thinking of the size of the game, I think you made all the right decisions. Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you both. And Bryn, please let us know if there's a way to play it on the Twitch.
Of course, if my teammates haven't posted a link yet, I'll do that now so people can try it out.
Good. And since we are in the end of the session, I'm very grateful to Yasmin. You said in the beginning that you love giving feedback, and we can definitely see this. It was fantastic. We have lucky students to have been here with you. I hand it back to Martin, and Yasmin, have a good holiday. Good luck with your game and so forth.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Yasmin. And I'm so happy to sometimes hear that we're doing the right thing with insisting so much on testing. So it's like makes me happy too.
If you get that right, and you see the quality of the games also. It is. I would always say it's mostly lent to that, but of course, also, seeing design pillars from students, it's not that common. So I'm really impressed with the processes that people have used. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That is very good to hear. Okay, and thanks again for the feedback also from me, and I guess also from the students. We're going for a short break now while we swap people behind the closed doors of the Zoom room, and we will be back live in 6 minutes at 5 o'clock.
Bye, everyone. I'll head out.
I just hope.
on, and you're live.
Yo, and we're back. Yo, and we're back. We just realized this is the Mediterranean session that we will have, and we're still in time. So it's like, it's a very fake Mediterranean. We've all lived here in Copenhagen too long, obviously. The second session of this wonderful evening with games is presenting more experimental works, even more experimental works than the first session. We have again 4 games, this time hosted by Miguel and co-hosted by Christos. And I will just hand over the hot object to Miguel now, the hot thing. He likes the word thing.
Thank you, Martin, for passing the thing to me. I really appreciate that you've called me a fake Mediterranean, because it's actually totally true. I'm from the north of Spain, so it's like, now you've called my bluff. So anyway, so welcome everybody to this second session of Winter Games. I'm Miguel Sicat. I'm an associate professor at the ITU, and I'm also the current writer in residence at the Outlook Hotel. I'm going here to sort of walk you through some of these very nice experiments that our students have made. And as my co-host, I have Christos Yosifidis, who's a former ITU student and now works at Vivino. And of course, the question is, like, at Vivino, is it you are in charge of the drinking games, or like, what is it exactly that you do?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I still wonder myself, why the hell did they hire a games guy there? I honestly thought it was primarily because they thought I could bring something interesting into a wine-up, and I don't think I have. So they're still trying to figure out what the hell did I learn from ITU after all these years. So,
and with that great plug for our education, I guess we should get started in showing that actually folks who attend our program not only make really cool stuff, it's also interesting and forward-thinking. So we're going to start with this session of the 4 playful experiments with a game, a 3D walking simulator with 2D puzzles called Duplex. And Helena, you're going to be presenting it. So take it away.
Thank you. I'm gonna just share my screen. Here we go. Can everybody see? Cool. Let's see. So Duplex is, oh, 1 second. Wait a minute. There you go. Sorry. All right. So we have this walking simulator slash art game, and we start by being in this like super dreadful office space. And what we have, what our pitch was that to have these 2 worlds. We have a really boring office space, and then a really wonderfully weird dream space. So we start by coming around, and we try to explore the different terrible notices that the corporate life sort of puts on you all the time. And this is some of the things, the elements that we're trying to create an atmosphere of absolute sort of stress in this corporation. We also find out that, like, if we walk around, we can see that we're actually locked in. So there's the feeling of literally being stuck in the office for a while. But we see that one of the screens, some of the screens have some stuff on it. You can go around and you can look at the screens. Actually, here we have this this email open where we've tried to put in a few hints to the puzzles that we're actually going to go through. So the main character, she is enormously stressed, and she doesn't know how to get out of the office, and she tries to sort of communicate that to her fellow employees who's not responding well. If you walk around, you see that the other one here, you have this puzzle which is like in like great contrast to this like dreadful blocky what's it called, office landscape. You have here a classic sort of point and click puzzle where you can interact with a few things. You can see, okay, well, this won't do anything, and you can see that we've tried to make it easier to choose the elements that you can interact with by like highlighting them. So the idea was that this dream world is basically the employee's subconscious, and you can see that there's not a lot of logic to how exactly you're progressing through this, but except for the fact that you sort of have to be open and sort of maybe try and see what fits together or what could interact with each other. So now we have, oh, I forgot to hit the lock again. Put this on here. So all of these 2D levels, they're all hand-drawn, and they are consisting of like 100 specific individual sort of sprites that are hand-drawn and hand-colored. And the team, which consists of 4 people, Eskil, Toby, and Tobias, we all basically work quite hard to make this work because Unity doesn't like a lot of 2D collisions, and we worked really hard to make it happen, basically. So among other things, our programmer wrote up a completely new collider so that it could handle all these collisions in 2D. So we also tried to incorporate some kind of logic into these puzzles by maybe, putting in drops here, so you could see that maybe, you have to make the lock cry again. But in truth, all of these puzzles are sequential, so there's always only one, what's it called? Yeah, it's linear. So you can see now every time we go through a puzzle, we restore some of the office. So now you can see that there's colors, and you have a bit of detail, and the door is opened. So the idea was that you can go around in this office world, and you can sort of get used to the fact that you're basically, again, you're stuck, and it's quite sort of minimalistic and boring. But the thing was that also we made this game entirely without any people having to, without any modeling experience. And it became quite a sort of like almost a benefit because we encourage people to go around and explore the office world, which is completely standardized because we used free assets from people around on the internet, and it became such a big contrast to the puzzles. So here, the first level was the brain puzzle. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Was the brain puzzle, and the second here is the heart puzzle. Sorry, this is the brain puzzle. So you can see that we try to sort of or imagine what the brain would be if you entered a dream world. We have all these like levels and rooms of like hidden rooms that the brain has, all these hidden desires. And now we see, this is actually the first portrayal of the employee. And you can see that in the second email, she talks about how her mind is on fire and that she wishes she could sort of put it out with coffee, like she did at the office, but it doesn't really work that way. So what we're trying to do here is to sort of talk about, give the player sort of a really clear narrative, but one that sort of encourages people to both contemplate on their working environment and their how they're actually handling stressful situations, but also the play on the humorous sort of corporation like elements like notices and endless amounts of emails, and you feel like you don't have a break, basically. And you can see in the background as well, you know, things, they start to sort of spin out of control. And I'm just going to, this is just really quickly the last email that she sent, you know, and there's these different response to how she, you know, how she feels. Like some of the colleagues find that it was like completely inappropriate to use company time to complain about your feelings, and the other one, she talks about how it's you know, you should look in the rules and see how you should handle this situation. The last level here is the mind level, and we've used a lot of water. We've looked into mythologies around like the mind and how the mind is usually portrayed in games and stuff like that. And we sort of try to incorporate in all of these levels actually sort of office elements. So you have a vending machine. And here, for example, you have to give the vending machine the chocolate back, and then you get a coin, and this coin you need to sort of pay to get over this stressful situation. And one critical thing that we really wanted to embody with this game was to have a game that is artistic. And one thing is to have these really strange and sort of illogical subconscious clues, but also to have a game that is kind of reflective. Oh shit, the pen disappeared. Anyway, so if it had worked correctly, sorry for the bug, we would have a sort of screen where you have to actually, you know, type in what it's like some reflections around what you feel like motivates you, and what you feel like what you fear the most. So like a kind of reflective game where you try to understand your own soul as well. So now that we have a tiny bug, the elevator doesn't open, so you can actually go through the game. But if it had worked correctly, the elevator would open and the game would end actually, because you got out of the office. But yeah, I think that is basically what we wanted to try out. I mean, we actually wanted to have even more integration of the office and the from the puzzles to the office itself, so that, for example, the flowers would be part of the office, or you would see some of the chords and that sort of thing in the office as well, and thereby tie the office and the puzzles together more. Another thing, among other things, like one of the playtests also showed that, you know, people would really like to interact with the emails, and we didn't have time to write down all the emails, but, you know, they're really, you know, we wanted there to be a story in the office world where you could have like an insight to what happens in an office. You can, you know, gossip around, and you can look at these notices, and you can get really sort of depressed about that. But yeah, I think that that's it for me. I think this also has been 10 minutes. I'm just gonna go ahead and see if I can stop sharing. There you go. Yeah, so it's quite experimental, really. Like we wanted to incorporate art in games, and I think we managed. Of course, we wanted more elements, but it, you know, we're really proud of what we've done here.
Thank you. I think you have very good reasons to be proud. I mean, the combination of 2D and 3D, and particularly that tension between assets from the asset store and sort of hand-drawn thing, it's brilliant. So, Christos, what's your take on the game?
I think it's a very nice small, that I wouldn't even call it a game. I would play experiment that at least to me it's overly it is ambitious. Like the ambition level on this one was much more than you could probably squeeze out of a project of that scope, but also in terms of its duration, right? Like I made my notes and I saw that you kind of demand from the player quite a few things in a very small, amount of time with very limited interactions, right? So I wanted you perhaps to elaborate a bit more on that. And also I have so many questions about the choice of the, of the aesthetic style as well. So I'd like also to hear more about that.
Definitely. So in the first place, around like about the demand of the player, I think that what we were trying to do was to push the boundaries of like how necessary it is to make a game fun, and more like force them into a narrative that might be relatable. And I know that like it does connect quite well with the aesthetics, because I'm the one who's done drawings for the 2D world, and I'm not an illustrator or anything. So basically it became sort of an auteur sort of, this is the art that I'm going to push on you basically, and this is my logic. And we understood that this is like a risk you take basically, because it's not always that the player understands your logic specifically. But from the playtest, we found out that the players actually, after the first puzzle, found it quite easy to solve the other puzzles. So actually, we found that it was like less demanding than we thought, because once they sort of get into your head, you actually have to challenge them even more the next time. So that was one of the things that we found out from the playtest, at least, that it was actually became easier with every puzzle. So
yeah, I was more focused, and Miguel, you can go afterwards, on the perspective of let's say, because you did, I think, struck the point quite a few times that you wanted the player to contemplate on their own work environment, right? Their own relationship to work. And I think, like that's the part that I found, interesting the most. Also relating to the style, like, there's a lot of things to be said about work, especially this year. So, like, that's why I'm like, I want to dig in a little bit more onto the style, because you did portray a very corporate office, I would say, from the 90s, and also, nobody uses email anymore. Everyone's on Slack. Like, the email client does not exist anywhere in the universe. And frankly, I would love to be in an office right now, completely empty. That's something that everyone would like to. So that's why I wanted to ask a few things on the choice of style.
Yeah, I suppose I actually I drew a lot on when I thought of the pitch, at least I drew a lot on the sort of this labyrinthine sort of feeling that you get when you come into big corporate offices. And what's it called? We also we decided to have it quite linear to make it less labyrinthine. So if we had more time, we would be able to explore more of this office level, of course. But I think that what we wanted to do was to have this feeling of lost identity, and because so many people think of their work as a part of their identity, the workplace in general seemed like a good place to start, and also a place where a multitude of sort of relations are going on. So you have friends, you have colleagues, you have people that you talk to and not talk to, and through and this sense of trying to grasp all of that might have been a little bit too much for the game to handle, but I think that it was an interesting thing to try to delve into, at least, and especially with emails, because you have this sense of that the corporation is so slow to update itself, that it's not using any of these things anymore. Like, nobody wants to send emails because it's so absolutely horrible for everybody involved, and I think that we also we take this and we put it into like this humorous setting, basically, where there's like standardized furniture and like standardized emails and all of these things. And so I think what we wanted to do was to convey this sense of being lost, basically. And that stands in contrast to the fun in playing, maybe quite a bit.
Cool.
But I think that was a part of the experiment that I liked.
Somebody said fun. I don't understand that word. What is that's the F word. We don't like that word around here. Thank you so much for presenting that. It's a phenomenal experiment and video game. I look forward to playing it. And now we have to move on. We are moving from an empty office to a haunted website, which is the best summary of 2020, I can imagine. We are now going to see an ARG, that's a mystery horror called Julian Nature. Marie, you are here given the control. Just take it away.
Yes, thank you. I'll just share my screen, make sure everything is optimized. Yes, that should be it. So welcome to Julian Nature, as you said, Miguel, mystery horror ARG game. So the game, where we differ from a lot of the games we've seen so far, is that our game is made on an engine for the majority, but rather as a website and the use of social media to play around with the game. So the game starts with you visiting the blog of Julian, where if I can move this, I will have an easy time clicking on things. Where when you go through her blog, you will see that she's a person who likes nature a lot and likes to share about what happens in her life and the people she goes through life with. Then through these interactions and through these blog posts, you will start to realize a bit about who Julie is and realize that something happened in her life that probably wasn't very good. Then through of this, the game will lead you towards different media, such as Instagram. And just for the sake of quick things, I have they already opened, so I won't click links. Where you then can further on explore who Julie is, who her friends are, and find out a bit more about her. Then as you go through the site, you'll of course find out that you will be locked out of certain parts of the site. And then if you try to go through things, you might find different secrets or different ways to get through the game. As you've solved these things, of course, found through puzzles, which are hidden again through the blog posts and through the other media. And as you go further on, you will start to find more about Julia. You will unlock different parts of the website and then unlock more of the story as you go through it. We also made sure to use different senses during the gameplay. So since there's a lot of reading and a lot of watching, we also have a YouTube channel where as you watch the videos, you also use the auditory parts of the body. And I will not start a video yet because it's probably very loud. And that is how you go for the game. The game is very much narratively driven. So we are focused a lot on the story, on the text that is written, in order to, so if you like to explore and go through in detail, you will get a much greater understanding of the story that's actually told. We also try to hide some different things, like we have hidden links throughout the game that will tell more about what happened to Julia and the tragedy that happened in her life. And as you go through the game, you will reach an ending, which is the Maiden Twine, where you will have a final confrontation with Julia, where you can either help her find peace, or you will continue the curse that has killed a lot of people before you. And that is actually quite a shortly set the game we have. We have focused a lot on accessibility when we made the game, so that you don't have to have logins from say Instagram or YouTube or things like that in order to access the game. And as long as you have common knowledge of how website functions, you should be able to play through the game and get through it. And so far, Julian Nature is built as a single-player game, but there is definitely space for this game to be more a community game where people work together to solve the puzzles and find the hints and find out what happened throughout the game. Yes, that's it for this.
Great, thank you very much. I really like the idea of a haunted website, and that how all of our online life it can be sort of turned into a horror story, or there's something hidden beneath it, right? I get very much David Lynch vibes from your presentation. This idea that there's like a surface that it's normal, and then as soon as you look closer, everything sort of breaks down. And I think the use of this kind of almost found material is super interesting. So I don't know, what do you think, Christos?
I think so too. I mean, I think it's very, very interesting. I have two questions for you, as always. So the first one is I want you to talk to me a little bit about the use of these hidden links, and how much do you why did you choose that as a mechanic in that, let's call it story play?
That is because we actually chose that mostly as a way to reward the player for exploration. That means a lot of these hidden links, or some of the hidden links, you can play through the game and you can win the game without finding them. But you will hopefully not understand truly what happened to Julia and everything she went through unless you have found these hidden links and read through the story. So that was kind of like a reward system for the curious person.
Yeah, and that's where I'm only, I brought it up because it does break a little bit, let's say, that idea of like website, blog, you had an actual Instagram profile and a YouTube profile with videos, right? Because the web does not really have, I think at least, hidden links. But the second one I wanted to ask was because you said that the end game, like the end goal, is to determine whether the player wants to find peace for Julia. And I wanted, to talk to me about peace because, like I would like to know if peace for Julia means that she finally finds her privacy settings and adjusts them so that, the prying voyeuristic eye of the player no longer, gets to toy around with her social needs.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of actually something I completely forgot to mention, which is a big part of the game, is that doing this whole part of Julia wanting to stay hidden is an symbolic for Julia being in the closet. For the whole point of the game, the twist of the game is that the reason things happen in Julia's life is because she found out she was a lesbian. She came out to her husband. There was an ugly confrontation. And then when she tried to come out to her best friend that she was in love with, she died in an accident. So the kind of helping Julia find peace is not necessarily helping her stay hidden, but helping her stay true to who she is as a person, and to the people she cared about in life, and understanding that sometimes people hurt each other, and that's part of being human, but that doesn't mean we should stay angry and bitter. We have to move on, and there's nothing wrong with being hidden in this way.
Cool. So picking up a little bit on that, I was wondering, so what kind of emotional experience do you want players to go through? Because this for the end game to play out, you need to get some sort of measure of attachment and so on. And I think to me, one of the things that sometimes breaks down in these ARGs is that they become too quickly a crosswords on a newspaper rather than something I care about. So how did you think about the notion of caring about this network of stories and character and so on?
We tried to do that by focusing a lot on the relationship Julia had with other people in her life. So the relationship between her and her husband, relationship between her and her friend, and her relationship between the support group she had when she found out she was a lesbian. And then we also tried to make it so there wasn't an obvious villain. Like the husband Thomas he's not a villain, he's not an evil. He was just a man who was hurt because the woman in his life, the woman he loved, told him she didn't love him anymore, and things like that. And from testing, we actually found out that people didn't bond as much with Julia as they actually bonded with Amanda, which is Julia's best friend and the person she's in love with. And the reason for that might be that we have a lot more face close-up of Amanda throughout the blog, as Julia is not much of a selfie person, but more of a take pictures of her friend's person. So people saw much more to Amanda, what she looked like, and the blog also talks more about her. So you get to learn more about her. And I think that maybe people related more to getting to know people than maybe Julia herself in that sense.
Right. That's okay. That's a very thoughtful design process. So I have one final thing before we move on to the next project, and it's now you've developed an ARG, which is a very uncommon type of game, and it requires sort of a different skill set. So what is, if any other people out there in the audience wants to make an ARG, sort of like, what are your 2 or 3 key takeaways? Like these are the things that you do right or you don't do, or like what did you sort of got away with?
I think the planning should be much more precise, and you should have a much clear idea of what you're doing from beginning and end. Because we went a bit back and forth and like wrote the ending a bit before we had some of the beginning, and then we have suddenly had to change the ending. And then I'll also say, if you aren't very skilled in a technical aspect, an ARG might be a really good project to go with, because we didn't have a programmer in our group. One of the designers had to take on the programming role, and I think she has done an absolute amazing job with what she has done in these 6 weeks. Have to learn a lot of things and experimented, and she's worked so hard at this. So it's absolutely doable if you aren't used to like a technical aspect. And then and with an ARG, like play with people's curiosity. It works really well with that because you allow people to explore different media, to play around with people wanting to explore with different media. Try to give people a lot of things to look at and read and point at and see, there are hidden things here and there, because that's what people find fun about these games.
Great, thanks. That's a great presentation and a super interesting project. It's not public as far as I know. Hopefully it will be public at some moment.
Yeah, we're still finding out how exactly to do it, but we do want to make it public at some point.
Crossing fingers for you. Thank you so much. And now I guess this is the session for something completely different, because we are going to another sort of creative understanding of playable media and games. We are going to have Frederik Christensen presenting a game called Growth, which is a forest management game. And I can't wait to hear more about it. Frederik.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Oh, did I crash out?
No, we can hear you. And
can you hear me?
Yes, you're here. You're here.
Yeah, great. Thanks. All right. So I am going to talk about this game Growth that we created. And you briefly introduced it, but I can just say that the Growth is a mixture between a RTS and a simulation game. And basically the game is about growing a large forest and doing so sustainably while every tree gets its resources. And basically you plant trees from this starting point where you start with the mother tree, and you click on this mother tree and you can, for instance, plant an oak tree, which plants an oak tree over here, and we discovered some stuff. I might get back to that later. But basically the core game loop of the game is that you resources. You have sun, you have carbon dioxide, and you have water. And basically you want all of your trees to have an abundance of all of these resources. And now we look at this oak, we see that it has a bunch of sun, not that much carbon dioxide, and not that much water. So basically, like in the real world, the oak will say to the mother tree, please, I'm thirsty and I am missing some carbon dioxide, so I want you to transfer me sun. This is actually something that happens in the real world. And so the mother tree will say, sure, shorty, I'll transfer you some carbon dioxide and water, but you need to have them connected by a mushroom network in order to do so. This is also what mushroom does in the real world. In the real world, they transfer resources between trees. So basically, the game is about that you make a way in which you make a mushroom connection between your trees. You use the resources from the mother tree to plant these mushrooms. You can see what they cost right there. Now we don't have enough sun. I'll get back to why we don't have that, but in just a second we can plant some mushrooms again. And hopefully we can plant one last mushroom to connect our two trees. You can see that our oak is really having a bunch of sun, but not that much carbon dioxide and water. And now our mother tree can be a good mother and transfer some resources, and hopefully a transfer will start. Yes. and our oak has started to gain a bit of resources. So basically, the game is about that you want all of your trees to be happy. You want to explore the surrounding area. Maybe we can plant a spruce. The spruce grows very quickly and is good at absorbing carbon dioxide. There's a bunch of info about the trees, which is true to real life. We see this spruce, it's very good at absorbing carbon dioxide, but not as good as getting the other stuff. So once again, we might want to make a mushroom connection to that. And we look at our oak and are like, okay, it's missing carbon dioxide and water. And the reason why it does that is because the trees want to grow. So every 5 or 10 seconds, if they have enough resources, they absorb them and wait to try and grow. So basically, maybe we can transfer some, we do the same transfer to our spruce. So from the spruce, you can then plant the spruce again, but unlike games like Civilization or other simulation games, you cannot decide where to plant by yourself. You have to work together with nature, which is symbolized by this wind arrow up here. So the wind decides where the seeds fall, and you can see these are the possible spots. And we discovered some marshland too, and some riverlands. Cool. So basically, this mixture between strategy and randomness is one of the things that we think makes our game so unique. And this way in which you have to get the infrastructure in your forest to work in order for all of the trees to be happy. So we'll just transfer solely sun this time. Another factor that might not come this time, but in the game there's also a fire mechanic. And as the case is for a real tree, you can't really fight the fire, but you can only hope to survive it. So maybe a fire will come and burn down your trees. There's nothing to do about that, but you hopefully have made such a strong network that you can survive this chaos or the harshness of a fire. The other thing you can also do is when you're exploring, you might encounter new trees. Let's just see if we might have one here. Yay, a willow. The willow grows well in moist and cold areas, also true to real life. And also a thing in this game is that these different trees have different specialities. So for instance, as I said, the spruce is good at carbon dioxide. The willow is, just have a slight overlay. The willow is very good at water and carbon dioxide, and you basically want all of that to play together. So this thing about learning about forests, this meditative transferring of resources between all of your trees, and learning some cool stuff about how cool forests are in the real world is basically what the goal of our game, what the aim was when we made our game. And if we wait long enough, and if we transfer enough resources, hopefully some of the trees will start to grow into larger versions of themselves. Now we see the fire is starting to arrive, so that might be a great time to end this showcase and take some questions, because I also think I used my 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
And I might just show you the miracle team that worked on this. We were 5 guys. The other 4 guys are in the Twitch chat, hopefully answering some questions. But I just wanted to showcase their names. Thank you very much.
Thanks. That's a great presentation. Congrats to you and your team for making a really, really super fascinating idea. I love how meditative it is. I love how relaxing it sounds, and at the same time how much it is about sort of learning and understanding trees and forests and sort of these networks of mushrooms that gets them together. I like the sort of taking back the natural world from the worlds of SimCity simulations and so on. And I also like that you make a network of trees by giving them mushrooms, and then they get happy, and it's like that's like humans, I guess. So I don't know, Christos, what do you think?
I know a few people that hate mushrooms, Miguel. Saying
Maybe it's there's the wrong mushrooms.
Yeah.
It could be the wrong mushrooms.
Congratulations for me. I mean, I normally would talk about the idea, and that's why I'm called, but I cannot, like, how to say, overlook the, let's call it, impressive display of effort and execution into this. I'm pretty sure you spend way more time trying to perfect, like something you already knew, like how forests behave, and simulate that, rather than coming up with the idea behind it, right? So I think the idea was pretty straightforward, but the execution in this one, I would say that given the time, unless you guys started, I don't know, many years ago, I would assume that you literally did nothing else during this pandemic other than work on this game. It's the amount of work that's gone into it, it shows.
Thank you. I think I speak on behalf of the team when I say thank you for that. But we didn't start years ago. We started 6 weeks ago.
Okay.
That makes it even more impressive. I have one quick question before we move on, and it's I was maybe I just didn't catch it while you were presenting, but is the game sort of like an infinite mode where there is fire and you maybe die, but is it more like, are you going for a meditative type of gameplay, or is there an element of survival there? Like what's kind of the gameplay structure?
Yeah, the gameplay structure is that basically you have this map. It's not an infinite map. It's I think around I don't know, 400 tiles or something like that you can explore to the very end, but it'll take something like 2 hours. The fire doesn't progress to get harder to beat, but it is basically this meditative feel where you're like trying to get all parts of your forest to grow, maybe in the future we'll make another version where humans come as a threat or something like that. That's at least something that our producer spoke about as a fascinating idea. But right now the gameplay is mainly some exploration and basically maintaining your forest.
I think it's a lovely idea, and having your own tiny little forest that you can maintain in these days, it's a great project. Very well done. Congratulations. And now for the final project in this session about playable experiments, we are going again in a totally different direction, and Alex Nygren is going to be presenting Genderbot, which is bread shopping for your gender made easier with AI. I can't wait. Alex, take it away.
Yeah, so before I show off my project, I just would like to contextualize it a bit, because I should also be the one to actually post the updated project link in the chat. There we go. So yes, I have made with the help of my wonderful teammate Firewald, who couldn't be here today, we have made an image algorithm to help you buy bread for your gender, which is of course an issue that I think we can all relate to. And because we use the magical word AI, we got a lot of VC funding, and we have now both moved to Silicon Valley, and you can see our wonderful new offices. We are next planning of finding a way to introduce cryptocurrency into like the work to, really be on the bleeding edge of technology. All joking aside, I have a short video that I would like to show that's sort of show our fun little ridiculous piece of software in action. There we go. Yeah. So this is just me at home, like actually at home, sort of showing. We have these 2 bars at the bottom of the screen that sort of shows how masculine or feminine the algorithms thinks you are. And like I start off showing a nice sourdough loaf that I've made myself, and it sort of seems undetermined and like flavored by the angle that I'm holding the bread. Next I try with a biscuit, very certain that's a feminine one. A Danish rundstykke, which interestingly, depending on if you see it from the front or from the side, depends on if it thinks it's feminine or masculine. No, the purpose of this app is, to sort of both parody like the over reliance on image recognition and general algorithms in like modern day society, but also sort of to make fun of like the way that we as humans tend to gender things that don't explicitly need to be gendered. We've also, as you can see, this nice little button that says help yeast improve. Yeast is what we've termed our app, which allows you to upload a picture of a bread you think have been incorrectly gendered. You'll then need to select from a very long list of potential genders, and then of course give some explanation. In this case, I think it's obvious why the walnut bun, like why that would be questioning. And of course, the app says, thank you for your feedback, and it has been registered. Yeah. I won't bother with more contextualization. I think let's just have a conversation about it.
Great, thanks. And thanks for a magnificently ridiculous project, as it should be. So you made this project for my class, and I've been following it obviously. And one of the bad things about it is that now when I go and buy bread, I'm looking at the bread and thinking, which gender can I assign to that bread? So it's kind of like totally twisted my mind. But maybe one of the things that I would like you to sort of perhaps talk a little bit about is that you had these ideas while thinking about this app about how we are gendering everything, so we can get like paper tissues for men and so on. So like how does that connection between the gendering of things and your app work?
Well, like I think what like sort of one of the inspiration was the like academic works of Nick Seaver, who talks about like how algorithms are essentially just social constructs. Like it is like us as humans coming together and agreeing this is the way the world works. And the thing is, like, that is essentially how gender works as well. Like we have assigned that because you have these or that genitals, that you are now good to use power tools, or that you are good at cooking. Like these are like, when you start to like critically think about it, like very arbitrary constructs. And like we thought it made, or yeah, like we tried to sort of take the work seriously, but not too seriously. Like the way we determine gender for a given piece of bread is we like created some categories based off of a popular Danish like grocery chain, like what categories of bread they had on their website. We adapted them slightly just to be more understandable for machines. And then we just sort of rolled a dice to see what gender that category of bread was.
That was my question, so you answered it. I wanted to talk more about the serious part of your work, and that was I really want to know how you trained the algorithm.
Well, we used Teachable Machine, which is a piece of software made by Google, and like it comes pre-trained, sort of. Like Google has taught it to recognize a lot of different things, which I think is also like where part of the ambiguity comes from, because it's not trained from the ground up. Because you need, like, we have 6 different categories of bread, and to properly train an algorithm from the ground up, you would need like 500 to 1,000 pieces of bread at least per category, and that's a lot of time spent Googling bread, sourdough bread, and that was just not a thing we were willing to do. So instead, we chose the cheats option and accepted that there would be some bias introduced by Google on top of the bias we are introducing by like being humans and like deciding what does or does not constitute a certain type of bread.
I wonder, Christos, if you should make an investment offer, because I'm pretty sure that there's something about what's a masculine wine or what's a feminine wine. Or like,
I know that, Miguel. You don't need to. We already figured that out. But I would have suggested perhaps to pitch the idea to put it onto, Louisiana's website. I think, like that's where this should belong, especially in these times. You should try out all your Christmas baking and try to, see if it's, what Zender it is through Louisiana's website.
That could be interesting. Do you have connections I can rely on for that?
Yeah, I know some people into the museum world.
Okay,
so
I think you and I will have to talk after this. Because that does sound interesting. We like me and Freya, like we think it's an interesting and very silly project. And like the issue is like right now of not having had a good place to like, because right now it's just hosted on GitHub pages, which is not great for sharing. And yeah, we've been like, we haven't had the time. Like right now it works in one specific resolution, but like we're interested to show it off to more people because we think it's a fun, silly project. And we think it can also, to some extent, sort of challenge people's perception of technology.
Yep. No, I totally agree. I think it's a project that should go out there because it asks more questions than it gives answers. And I think that's perhaps what we need to ask from technology, right? And particularly from playable technology. I think we've come to the end of this particular section of Winter Games. We are ahead of schedule, which is outrageous. Christos, they are going to take away our passports from Southern Europe because we are within schedule. What's going on?
I know we didn't really go overtime and we stick to the schedule. I think that's so off-brand for all of us in this session.
Yeah. But I just have to say, as a wrap-up, one of the amazing things about being at the games education at the ITU is to see the sort of the really wild scopes and ideas that get produced, and I'm super impressed by everybody's work. I think it's really fantastic, and you've all gone to explore things in really creative ways. So I'm really happy that I could show these things. Thank you very much to all of the teams for having produced these wonderful playable things. Thanks, Christos, for joining and playing along.
Thank you.
And I guess, Martin, I'll throw the hot thing back at you so you can do your hosting work.
The ridiculous hot thing, I hope. Yeah, I think it's really interesting. There was a short genre discussion about how to make non-violent roguelikes on the Twitch chat. And then we decided, some people tried to decide, actually Alex proposed 2 minutes before going online that maybe the Grow game is a non-violent roguelike, but then Fire is violent. So it's like, I think nearly all of the projects we've seen were somehow not really easy to put in any drawer and anything, which makes them even more interesting, at least to me. I mean, it's kind of what we're doing here. We're trying to innovate and to make new things and to break and to question the walls that are often so arbitrary. In any case, thank you, Christos, again. Yeah, also from me, thank you, Miguel. I love that you actually did the full show with having different dress for every.
I tried to pull off the sort of changing 4 times.
Yeah, exactly.
But, my Super Bowl sort of changing things will happen for summer games. So folks, stay tuned. In the summer, I'll change outfits.
Yeah, we will definitely make summer games again too. Now we will again take a very, very short break in order to swap the people that are behind the stream. We'll be back at 6 o'clock and see you then. with new guests and a new batch of projects. This is a very special session now. In the next hour, we will talk about, someone is loud here. I will mute random people. In the next hour, we will talk about mostly PhD projects. It's one master project and the rest are PhD students that present their research work. Why are we doing that? They're not really studying in the games program. Well, actually, most of them have all of them. But it's somehow, I think, also interesting to see how if you basically crank up the research aspect of what we're already doing in the program and somehow get closer to what the people teaching the games program are working with, how that connects to the practical side of making games, but also, yeah, to games as a bigger subject, basically. Our guest of honor in this hour is Susanne Tosca from Roskilde University, and our internal host is Rune, who will get a new shiny hot object from me that is still undecided what it is. It used to be a potato, then it was a thing, and now it is just an idea, maybe. Rune, please take it from there. I muted you because something was loud.
Thank you very much. Well, so this first project, I'm super excited to see. It's presented by Sune. It's a procedurally generated dance performance using deep learning to create a dynamic dance performance. So Sune, please take it away.
But maybe Susanna should introduce herself too before we do that, just for a second. So we know so the stream knows who's there. And maybe you should also say something.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Just a sentence.
Okay, I'll do it very briefly. I didn't prepare anything, but thank you for having me. I'm really happy to be back at the ITU virtually. I used to work there at the ITU for many years, but now I moved to Roskilde University, where I teach media and communication. And in my research, I have worked with games for a lot of years, working mostly from a sort of reception perspective and dealing with how people play games, why they play games, and what kinds of games they like and things like that. So it's a lot about qualitative methods and a lot about stories and storytelling. Yeah, that should be enough, I think. I'll mute myself.
Perfect. Well, we're super happy to have you back here at ITU, at least virtually, Susanna, and at least for tonight. So I myself come from a background in psychology. So my research is broadly about anything that kind of connects gaming and psychology, which I feel like is most things these days. But mostly I try to look at stuff like loot boxes and esports and this whole nasty mess of a debate about whether or not video game addiction exists or not, and whether or not it should be a disorder. Is that good, Martin?
Absolutely, thank you. And sorry for interrupting this. It's just like I was somehow I think this is a personal thing, so we should at least have 2 sentences about who we are and what we're doing. All right, now I totally leave the rest to you and will not interfere anymore.
Excellent. And thanks for reminding me that even though we are online, we still need to be human and courteous. So with that in mind, I am now looking even more forward to hearing from our first presenter, Sune, who will be presenting this procedurally generated dance performance. So Sune, please take it away.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. Can you see my screen as well, or do I need to take control of that?
I'm not seeing your screen at least, but maybe other people are. No, people seem to be shaking their heads.
Okay,
here we go.
Perfect. Super. So this is going to be a very lo-fi presentation, and I'm sorry for that. But so in general, what we have been doing this past semester is that we are a group of 4 students, myself and Aske Sidore og Nikolaj Slytter and Anton Sandberg. And what we have been doing is that we got in contact with a dancer from a company called Danseatelieret, and we wanted to create an abstract dance performance with her. So she does contemporary dance, so it's not what you will call traditional dance. It's more how the body moves, not generally in rhythm. That's what I had to learn, at least when we began. I had a very rudimental understanding of dance. So what we wanted to do was create this new installation for her. And one of the requirements were that it had to be procedurally generated. So maybe I can just let it run a little bit in the background. So what we have been doing is that we have been making a system which track her movements and then feed that data, the skeleton data, to a deep learning model. Can you hear something, or is it no? So then it doesn't really make sense what you're seeing right now, I guess. Can I transfer the sound as well? Is that possible?
Sure. I don't know what settings you might need to enable.
No,
so
me neither.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
So now, before you share the screen, there are two little checkboxes that you have to check. That one of them is optimized for video, that helps with video, and the other one is activate sound. So you have to unshare the screen and share it again, and on the bottom of that share window that pops up.
Okay, it's very. I'm not that fluent in Zoom, I can see, as I hoped that I would be.
That's why I sent you a screenshot of what to do.
Oh, yeah. yeah, I guess. But you cannot see my screen now, right? Either?
Nope, we're still seeing it.
And there was a sound now. I don't know why. Yeah,
sound?
works.
Okay, cool. So what you're seeing is the AI trying to interpret specific labels that we have trained with her. So we had a whole session with her, and she had some specific labels that are meant to represent the whole. You can see now it's trying to understand what she's doing. So I guess right now I'm not showing the actual predictions. So it could be anything, I guess. I could say we have the best model, but this is the digital audio station that we are working in. So it's Ableton Live, and we have this model trying to constantly trying to predict what she's doing and what's happening. And I hope Ask is not watching, because he's probably going to be mad at me for getting this wrong. But what it's trying to do is trying to lerp between different settings in a synth. So we are lerping between a baseline and then some kind of setting that we have paired up with that specific label. So it's constantly trying to lerp the different sounds in order, again, to like procedurally generate some new output. And maybe that's not that interesting. So we have, this is like the stack, we have called this the Oscar stack that we are working out from. So in general, we just have this Azure Connect, this new model that came out in March. So that's actually a pretty big challenge to get that to work. But we are just passing information from that comes in the shape of a 3D skeleton. We're just passing that to machine learning model. And then we are doing different stuff with that information. We are, firstly, we're taking this normalized skeleton. We have normalized it. We are both taking the concrete prediction. What does it think she's doing? Is she idling or is she dancing? And we are also doing some what we call dynamic parameters. So that is what is the velocity of her wrist, for example. So she can add reverb to some kind of to some labels with moving her hand faster when she is in a given label. So we have split the prediction out in two, or the audio output on two. Maybe it's actually a shame I went away from like the interesting video. I've specifically chosen one video to show that's a little bit more telling. So every label that we are using, as I said that before, we actually trained with her. So you can see the Azure Connect down in the right corner is pointed at her. Oh. Oh, but again, it's just looping between different predefined labels. So that is like essential. What, just to be more specific, the models we're using right now is a combination, the model we're using is a combination of a CNN connected with a LSTM connected with a CNN. So that is like the model that the skeleton is passed through. So that is like in general sense what we're doing. And the whole concept is to trying to mimic what we have determined to be the other. So it's inspired by the whole coronavirus, like being observed by something and doing normal everyday actions and getting some kind of response digitally. So that is like the whole contemporary performance element of what we're trying to do. So that was a very, very big strive, what we have been doing, at least.
Thank you very much, Sune.
Welcome.
I was wondering, how did your dancer, what was her reaction to being a part of this project? Like,
did you just in general?
Yeah, like, did she have any feedback, or what was her experience like? Because I'm guessing you're kind of venturing into her turf, right? Oops.
Yeah, so it was actually pretty interesting because she just came to us with a general notion of what she would wanted to do. She just wanted to create audio procedurally, and we then with her had it to investigate how that has been that is what we found to be the most appropriate way to do that. And she was actually following this progression with us, like how we chose to develop it. And it was interesting to see how because this whole concept of AI and stuff like that, she really had to get that under her skin. But when she first got it, she was really interested in it and really wanted to go further with it and create new labels and try to experiment with like triggering different labels at different times and trying to understand what does the AI know and what is the AI unsure of. And on the demo day, this is like the demonstration, the milestone demonstration, we actually observed the whole thing with, there were some certain things it had a bias towards. So for example, it was very, very biased towards us having trained some of the labels without her. And what she then did was she actually found a method of triggering it, even though in the beginning she couldn't. So she was actually learning to do it along the way. That was pretty interesting. That was a nice thing to see. The whole human-computer interaction and learning. That was pretty nice.
Thank you. And Susanna, do you have any comments or questions or?
Yeah, I would like to maybe just a clarification question before I ask my question, my real question. So when you talk about the output, like the procedurally generated output from the AI, it is the music. I mean, it is music snippets, right? And then the dancer interacts with that. Is that correct?
No, yeah, sort of, kind of, but not really. So that was the part where our music producer probably is going to get mad at me. But so what is it doing is it's a synth that is constantly playing, and then we are looping different pre-settings on that. So it's constantly playing, but each label corresponds to a specific setting. So
Okay.
it's looping the parameters in real time.
So it's just because I don't know anything about artificial intelligence. So I'm thinking of it like packages.
Yeah.
That sort of it's sort of in a way choosing different ones and trying to learn or to guess what goes now or something like that, right?
Yeah. So that is like that's a part of our whole stack. So what we're doing is we are packaging the information in a way so when the workstation, the Ableton workstation, get the information, is actually a package of package of settings that it should change to internally, and that is controlled by another what do you say, is controlled by some software we have made that lerps these between the presetting of the beginning synth and then as a label that is defined, like a label setting that is defined for that digital audio station. So it's
Yeah.
lerping between these two parameters.
I
And then
hope. Yeah, yeah. I think I get it now. I was wondering because it is something between. It is a bit between, like you know, some digital art projects where you are watching the performer, and the machine. But I was also wondering if you had considered, like, what if another person was going to play this as a game, right? Someone who
yeah.
has put the input or train the dancers. Did you consider, like, it was? Is it like two different concepts, or is it the same concept that can evolve into a more game-like experience?
So yeah, I get your point actually, but so what this idea began out with was just a collaboration with her. So this was not intended to be actually the initial idea were, but this specific product we made right now is for her to take out and perform with.
Mm.
So we are trying to make it as generalized as possible. We're doing like data augmentation on the skeleton data, of course, doing all kind of stuff. But what we are trying to do in the end is it's tailored to her needs with her labels. And it's not as plug and play because you also actually need Azure Connect, and there's a lot of things we want to do additionally than product. So it's not as for the general public right now in its current state, at least.
I was just very quickly, I don't know if I have time, but I was just writing, I'm writing a project now about repetition in new media art. And I was by chance reading a text today about repetition in music. They've been making some experiments with artificial intelligence, trying to produce music as if it was humans, and how people perceive it as much more sort of human and natural when things are repeated in certain ways. So, you know, so even though you might think, oh, that's like the easy way out for an artificial intelligence, but actually people were taking that as being more human than when the machine sort of does something original or unexpected. So I thought it was super interesting. So, you know, I obviously maybe we don't have time to go into detail, but I was wondering, like, once you put the different labels together and how the machine is sort of building the whole from that, what kinds of behaviors are perceived as sort of more human or more machine-like or more unexpected? That was a very interesting question of the rhythm that is being constructed, right?
Oh yeah, so I mean like the relation between the rhythm and the label that we have assigned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I imagine there will be looping, there will be unexpected things, and a sort of, yeah, a rhythm, not so much in music, but in how the interactions are put one after the other, and what kinds of sort of long chains of events are created.
Yeah, exactly. Like what we did so far in the current state is that we are trying to smooth out the signals, because the AI can in some situations be quite instantaneous, and that is when it get like a little bit in doubt. So what we're doing right now is that we are taking a moving average and ensuring that it feels more responsive to her instead of being an AI that just predicts every frame. So if that makes sense. So we're trying, instead of like trying to make an AI that is where the decisions are continuous, instead of it thinks now she's doing this and then going back to the original label. So we're trying to make it like respond more to her in just being an AI to create a prediction every frame, because that can be, at least our model, be very instantaneous changes, like quick, very quick.
Well, thank you so much. We'll have to move on to the next project. And the next project is called Squeezer, and it's presented by Mads, and it's a tool for generating and designing juice effects. Take it away, Mads.
Yeah. Hi. And welcome. I just put the finishing touches on my little demo thing, so it's going to be a very low-key thing. Let's hope everything works. There we go. Let's put that one up here. So I hope you can see my Unity. Yeah. And so Squeezer, let me start by saying what Squeezer is. That's maybe a little bit smarter. So Squeezer is a small tool for Unity that I've been working on as part of my PhD research. The idea is to make a tool that can help you design various visual effects for game prototypes. So in order to try and explore what sort of effects suit your game, or help you just sketch out some things to begin with, you can use Squeezer. And as you can see here, we can do particle-like effects, explosions, trails, flashes, screen shake, and other stuff. And so here I have made a little demo scene. Probably many of you are familiar with the Juice It or Lose It talk by Martin Jönsson and Peter Boro back in 2012. And I sort of took that as inspiration for this little talk, and I've also been using that as part of Squeezer. So here we have a simple breakout game, and we can add some colors to it by simply switching here. Then a different way of adding colors is to sort of fade everything in. So I've made a little test of that, so you can see that's also a thing we can do. We can add a trail to the ball here. This trail is basically copying the ball itself, and then it is adding color tween. It's shaking the little particles themselves, and doing all the time, also fading it out. Then we can add a bit of impact, so we get some sounds, some screen shake. And if we go on from that, it still feels kind of flat to hit the cubes here. So let's try and do this. We add explosions or shattering effects. So now you see we're shattering these blocks when we hit them. But we kind of want it to be a little bit more wild, so we've added an explosion type effect if we're lucky. We get hit. So here we get a little bit of a flash and some these elements flying all over, debris. Then the ball. See the ball here hitting on the walls, and every time it hits, it throws off a little bit of particle proof. And we also here I've added let's see if we can probably restart this real quick to get some more things. See here. So particles, now I've added a response so that I've added a response so that like every time you break a block, all the other blocks get terrified and they sort of wiggle a little bit. They expand a little bit when you do that. Let's see. Come on, do it again. Then I have here a small demo of nothing. Exciting. Oh, it's the start. I got it. Because I made it into 2 demos. Let's do something like that. Okay. So besides that, I have also a little test of what you can do with these particles. Here's like a few different types of impact proofs that I've created. Here's like a little explosion-y thing that makes a circle, fades it out, and also throws some debris out. Made a bigger explosion, as they have sort of a nuclear type explosion too. And I think I will also have one more that goes even wilder. Yeah, this is not good with streaming. All right, let's stop that. All right, so let's see. Oh, that's not good. This is supposed to be a little demo of the different shapes that Squeezer can create. So, oh yeah, you can't read that. I can read that. This is an inverse cone shape, so it's sort of a triangle shape. Here we have like a cone shape with a round top, a cone shape with a flat top, some cylinder shapes. So all of this is to say that Squeezer can generate a bunch of different effects that you can use in your game. And if we say we go to impact here, I also included the SFXer, like one of the SFXer plugins inside of Squeezer, so you can actually go in and you can use Squeezer. So like Suna's synthesizer, there's a synthesizer inside of Squeezer where you can generate different types of sounds. And then you can save those and you basically have it here. Whichever sound you generate. You can also generate them based on the explosion directly. And change a bunch of different settings with like respect to like every type of effect. So this is a camera shake effect. Let me add another effect. Coloring effect. So here we have a color effect, and you can choose your colors, whichever color you want, etc. You can choose tweening, different tweening, easing styles. You can even choose to make your own curves if you want it. That's a little bit. So yeah. So there's a lot of customization for these types of things that you can do, and yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Let me stop sharing.
All right. Susanna, I'm going to throw the ball to you.
Thank you. It looks easy enough. It looks like even I could do it. So that's good, I guess. I was wondering because you introduced it as a tool that could help you design and consider all these different kind of visual effects, right? But I was wondering if I felt like when you were showing the different possibilities that it would also affect maybe my my design of the gameplay. If I suddenly, for example, if the explosions were very beautiful, maybe I want to make it slower. So that so I guess my question is, how is it entangled with gameplay? How is the visual form entangled with gameplay, and what are your thoughts about that? It's not just form. I thought it was deeper than that. It was helping me see other possibilities.
Yeah, I think that we actually wrote a little bit about this in a recent paper that we submitted. It hasn't been approved yet, etc. But yeah, because we were trying to do as I didn't show you this part, but there's like what's known as interactive evolution built into the tool, so that you can use it where it sort of generates a set of different effects for whatever you're trying to do, and then you can say, okay, I like this one most, and you click that, and it evolves that effect and sort of leads you, like generates a new set, right? And the interesting thing about that we found from our user testing was that actually it wasn't just like the effects that felt like were being evolved as we were going about it. It was only the effects that we were actually doing, but it also had like gameplay implications. So sometimes it would just scale up random objects like to twice the size or 3 times the size, and people would be like, "Oh, it's way harder now," or and it just has implications, and that means that this sort of thing, because it has like impact on game objects, it's sort of it has gameplay implications, and it can also help you explore gameplay on additionally.
Can I ask another question, Rune, very quickly?
Yeah, sure.
It's about the library of effects. I'm wondering, like, maybe how did you build it? Like, is it based on older games and effects we're knowing, or is there also a possibility for some procedural machine build effects which we haven't sort of foreseen?
Yeah. So there's two parts to that answer, I guess. One is that I currently have about 30 different effects in there. Those are just taken from both from speakers like indie developers and other developers that have spoken about how to do various effects that are like super like simple to implement and have a large effect on your game prototype or game. And so that's sort of used as like a reference, plus my own experience as a game designer. And then on top of that, there is already like a generator built into the tool, so it can like sort of in the same way that I showed you the synthesizer that can generate different sound types. This has a similar category selection that you can do, and then you can ask it to generate an effect tree based on that. So it sort of generates like a pre-generated tree, and then you can modify that however you want afterwards. So it gives you a starting point. Yeah, but I mean, further along, obviously, you could try and make more. So.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Super cool presentation. Nice to see it actually working. Our next presenter is Miruna, who will be presenting her research called The Game Situation, which is a game analysis framework that relies on object relations to distinguish research relevant segments of the game. So Miruna, please take it away.
Hi, Susanna. Hi, Rune. Yes, I will just share my screen now. Cool. No, wrong. Is it wrong?
It's good.
It's good. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is a chapter of my dissertation titled The Game Situation. And my PhD project starts by looking into the ways that video games have been used in experimental studies in social and cognitive sciences. So Ivory here counts 4 roles that games have taken in social science research, and the most relevant to experimental research is the game stimulus. And the stimulus is defined as the specific object of the organism's attention and response patterns. And my digging very much into game analysis frameworks that are used in the cognitive sciences led me to the conclusion that this perspective on the game as a stimulus is one of the main reasons for a misalignment between the procedures of selection, so how researchers choose the game to use in their experiments, and the procedure of intervention, so having experiment participants actually play the game. So the misalignment happens because when you select the game is seen as this whole unit, as in game X has Y effect. But in the intervention procedure, the participants engage actively with the game and are not just exposed to it. So given this clash of procedures, I propose that we move from this stimulus conceptualization to one that has in mind the game as a situation, which is described as the organism's engagement with an array of objects and actions that cover a time span. So what does that mean? It means that transposing the concept of situation to game analysis is not necessarily feasible directly, because situations are defined by who is involved, where the action is taking place, and what the nature of that action is. But in games, these components are not straightforwardly identifiable because who, what, and where are kind of distributed among the various game components. So what I'm proposing is sort of an adapted solution from discrete situation components to relations between game objects. And instead of trying to identify who, what, and where they act in the situation, we examine these relationally emerging attributes of game objects. So we have a player that engages the game through a physical interface, and the game presents the player with an avatar, or more generally speaking, so to include non-avatar based games, a locus of manipulation. And this locus of manipulation has certain attributes, such as width, height, weight, whatever. But these attributes may or may not be relationally relevant. And if they are not relationally relevant, we can black box them to not clutter the analysis. So we can examine the connections between object attributes and understand how objects relate to each other, and in the process how they configure and modulate the relationship between the player and the game. For instance, we can observe here that moving the door can only occur when 3 other attributes that belong to 2 other objects are involved in the action. So once we have these relationships between object attributes, we can take the analysis at a higher level of abstraction and look at relationships between objects, like in this example. So in this example, we have a high level of granularity, and we look at how object relationships vary in a very small section of inside, in which the player has to avoid this harmful shockwave. One of the primary advantages of this framework is the overview that it provides on the control that the player has over the objects that they interact with. As you can see, the color gradients that the objects have, the more distant objects are either outside of the player's direct control, or control over them can only be achieved by other adjacent objects in the relationship. So if we examine this ebb and flow of control that the player has and the relationship configurations that emerge, we can have an overview of how the player-game relationship is formed and modulated by these game objects. So with this overview of object relationships, we can use it to compare and examine different sections from different games in a formalized way, where we have a singular independent variable that is not a representational factor, but one that reflects the roles of the player and the game in the engagement. And this reframing towards object relationships I propose that could aid in bringing selection and intervention procedures into alignment. So we can describe the game situation as this momentary configuration of game components existing on the background of the greater game environment. Aside from the principal focus of the project, which is cognitive and social sciences and experimental studies, reframing this analytic focus towards object relations can have implications for game design. We would move away from privileging the player as a principal actor and towards the role that they have in the situation network in which they participate. And while focusing on the role of the player, we can make comparisons across games that reveal the influence of game objects on the player's outcome, or make observations regarding experiential effects elicited by constraining control through an object that is closer or further to the player's direct control. And lastly, analyzing relationship configurations allows designers to experiment with them. For example, in games like Superhot or Brothers, or most of the games that we saw today, we can see that the innovation is not derived necessarily by reinventing the wheel, but by reconfiguring the relationships between objects in the game. So in conclusion, this is just a work in progress. Further research is needed to establish a typology of game situations, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Miruna. I think this is amazing. I think this will have great impact on what we might call effect studies of video games within psychology, right?
I hope so.
Just the fact that you're highlighting that you're never exposed to games, but that you interact with games, I think will be a real eye-opener for a lot of the researchers out there.
Hopefully, thank you.
Susanna, do you have any comments or questions?
Well, I think it was great, but I also feel very provoked because I'm working with with the story like games, and basically this kind of analysis in a way sort of does away with that. But I think that's very healthy because a lot of the analysis from the social sciences, I don't know a lot about psychology, but luckily we have Runa, get sort of in a way blinded by the story, and they just that's the only level where the analysis or the commentary occurs. So I think your proposal offers a way out where focusing on the object relationships, it's another level of analysis that will let us see things that we cannot see now with the models we have. So I think it's really great in a way. I mean, I don't know if you work with actor network theory and things like this.
Yes, exactly. I do work with
usually
that.
you keep on saying, oh, yeah, you do, right?
Yes.
This is like, oh my God, I think it's so difficult to actually make analysis. But this, I would love to show this to my students and say, well, okay, you have the human actor, you have the or object in this case, through the avatar, or as you call it, the locus of manipulation, which is an even less human definition. You have the objects, and then you can actually see the relations, how they affect each other. This is going to be great.
Thank you so much. Yes, that what you mentioned before, that it feels like cognitive science is kind of stuck in the story. I don't know if it's the story, but it's this perspective that games provide players with scripts to enact. You shoot a gun, you dig a hole, you date someone, but at the same time, something is lost in translation, and equivalences between games are only made on the level of representation, and losing something in the process. And I'm not, like, my point here is not to discard the representational aspect, but to offer tools to control the object relations, as I call them, as well. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and I'm looking very much forward to seeing how it will be received by the psychological researcher.
Let's see. Okay, thank you. See you guys.
The next speaker will be Jeppe, who's also a PhD student at IT University, and he'll be presenting a puzzle level evaluation tool, creating intelligent testing tools for mobile puzzle games. So that should be good as well.
Yeah.
Welcome, Jeppe. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. So let me try and share. You should be able to see my
you're good.
Screen now. Okay, cool. So yeah, I will talk about this puzzle level evaluation tool, or maybe a bit more generic, proper titled agent-based player experience estimation in games. But it sounded a bit long to have in a title, so I think the point of what I'm doing is described well by puzzle level evaluation tool. I'm doing an industrial PhD, which is I don't know if you've heard about it, but let me just move to the next. It's where you can do a PhD in collaboration with a company. And in this case, I'm doing it with Tactile Games. They make these story-driven mobile puzzle games. One of them here is called Lindy's Garden, which is the main one I'm working on. And you have this background story that you can play levels in and collect stars so you can continue the story. It seems maybe a bit funny that, you know, what is like the industrial aspect of this, but generally when you have an industrial PhD, the goal is sometimes it's mostly to have like a product that you can deliver to the company that can use for whatever things. In my case, it's more very specific to help evaluate the difficulty of these levels. One good thing about doing this with a company is that you can have access to lots of data, players that are actually playing the games, and you also have all the expert knowledge of the people working on this game. So really, it's a good opportunity to work on something because you will have the support to research what you want. What you research, it's also really up to you. It's not maybe I think the scary story is that they limit what you can research or whatever. It's not like that. It's really up to you. I have chosen to go in a reinforcement learning direction, which is method of machine learning, AI, all this stuff, which is, it's basically like any tool you can use to create clever methods. I don't want to go into too much detail about what it is. I am happy to share it afterwards, but it's just one of the many tools, and it's what I found interesting, and that's why I chose to go in this direction. The way, or what I want to do, my goal of this is to create something to automatically predict the difficulty of these levels. So you have in these levels, you have a certain number of moves, you have to complete them, and sometimes you fail. And we want to hit the right difficulty of levels, but how do you estimate that difficulty? And that is something that the level designers now, they spend a lot of time on. So my goal with this is to improve the level designer workflow. It's to give them an unbiased or maybe second opinion on what the difficulty is. Instead of them having to play through the level 10 times or 100 times, they can just click a button and get a second opinion. What this could look like is, if you look at one level, how many moves you use. You want to match the player move distribution, because this is the data that we have now. I have access to that. I can see how well my models are performing compared to the player data. That's something you're really fortunate to be able to do. And as you can see, at least on the second level, there's some kind of correlation, which is good. But also, this tool that I'm working on, it has to fit all these requirements that you have in a company. There are some limitations on what you can do. It has to be fast enough and accurate enough and fit in with the tech stack and everything. So while I can research what I want, I also have some limitations on what I can do. But these limitations are also something that is grounds for creativity and research. And now in the program, I call it puzzle level evaluation tool or difficulty evaluation tool. I don't remember now, but the goal is more like player experience. It can be also used to estimate the churn rate of how fun it is, or how are the levels balanced towards early and mid or late game. So there's a lot of things you can do. And my project is very open to use both of them. I have focused mostly on this agent, but how it's being used is something that is interesting and flexible. And so, am I there yet? I've spent 1.5 years now, and I can say that no, not really. There's still work to do. If you look at level 120, you can see that the agent we have here, it's not nearly close enough to being able to play like humans. But we are optimistic. There are things we can do. So the next steps, well, I don't want to go into all the details about how we improve the agent, but basically what we want to do is to ensure that it's consistent, that that's the research goal now. Like you want it to be consistent so you can trust it in a company where things are changing all the time. It's almost a requirement that you can trust in the tool no matter what you do. But there's also many more questions that maybe when you just rush into this whole flow, at first you don't think so much about what you're trying to do, but now taking a step back and thinking, okay, what is the difficulty really? Right now, you just look at all the data we have for all the people, and the difficulty is just the completion rate. How many people have tried to play it and how many completed it? But it's not really like that. It depends on the cohort, where maybe the country even, or even individual skills. So there's still some work on how to connect these two. And maybe it's also not the best to have the same difficulty for everybody. Maybe people just play it for the story, this cheesy romantic story or whatever. I'm not in the target group, but it's some people, they like to just play the game for the story and don't care about the puzzle, while some really care about the puzzle element. So maybe you can now also think of dynamic difficulties with this agent. And then lastly, I think this whole idea of using AI and machine learning and so on to describe players, it's a bit of a, not black hole, but the agent, it's really difficult sometimes to make it appear human-like, also because humans are so diverse. And sometimes the agent is more skilled, sometimes you are super surprised at how bad people actually are at the game. Maybe it's their cat that is playing it, I don't know. So really matching some machine learning method you have with player data, that's also a huge challenge, but maybe we can find a way to leverage the data we have to make the agent more human-like. And I think I will just leave my project here and leave these questions very open. There's all this stuff about optimizing the agent, but it's not straightforward to just do the industrial PhD, but because you have to have a product, but also you can't just have the product without really thinking about what you are doing. So yeah, I think with that, I want to just quickly, Tactile Games are hiring, and they have a lot of different, both game team and marketing and artists. And I think with the projects that I saw now also, I think many of you would be interesting for you. But yeah, in any case, I think that is that. And yeah, I will give the word back to Rune.
Thank you so much, Jeppe. I don't have much of a professional input for this, but as someone who plays a lot of Candy Crush Saga, I know that there's a big need out there for your tool. We're running out of time, but maybe Susanna, you have a quick question here at the end.
Yeah, very quick. I wanted to ask about, like, even say a comment and a question. So the comment is that even people who play for the story, I think, I mean, they still need to get through the levels. So I guess the difficulty help, or the help in designing the difficulty will be useful for any kind of player, just in different ways, right? But the question was, I'm guessing, like, if you how do you solve what they call in recommendation system design, they call it the problem of the cold start, when you don't have enough data and you need to predict, like I'm just wondering what the balance is. How many players do you need to have gone through the system so that you actually can do something and you know, get going with designing the tool? And can you learn from that and apply it to other games later? It was a double question. It was a
yeah, it's actually a good question, because one of the design limitations I've tried to follow is we don't have all the player data to begin with. We don't have play traces of how players are playing it. So that's why we also went with this reinforcement learning methods, because it's something that allows the agent or the algorithm to explore the game itself and learn from that, rather than having player data. There is still some link between connecting the agent behavior to the player behavior. And I feel like you do need some kind of data or some, it's hard to put a lower limit, the more the better, but of course you can make some educated priors on what it might be, and you can still reach some accuracy. But I think also it's a bit of this idea of getting it to match exactly the players and match the data is a bit of how do you call it, utopia, because without any data, because it is really we work in different ways than machines, so we need to maybe rethink how we would use it. And that's also why I try to leave the question a bit open. Do we really want to just predict the completion rate, or do we want to maybe use it for some other, use it in some other way that we didn't think of yet? So yeah, but it's a good question.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we actually managed to go over time a little bit, but we'll take a short break, I guess.
Yeah, but you're perfectly in time, Rune, actually. So no worries about that. And sorry for not answering in the chat, because I was just following the Twitch chat instead.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Thanks again, Rune, for hosting this. Thanks, Susanna, for being our guest. I think it was the most indigestible is, I think, what you say, session that we had, because it's very hard. If you're doing a PhD, you're working on a different level than if you're studying to make games. And that is, you also have to work on that level in order to deliver on that level. And then your brain is just up there, and breaking that down is just not an easy job. And I hope it was still interesting for the audience, and I hope it was really and yeah, I hope you learned something, but don't feel like it's like I have a PhD, and I feel stupid when I talk to PhD students, because they're so deep in what they're doing that I can't follow it half of the time. So it's okay. I'm just responding to the Twitch chat here, by the way, in case you're surprised in the Zoom room. So thank you all for coming. Alberto, you can maybe trigger the pause signal, and swap over.
on your live.
Okay, hello and welcome back. We again swapped the people in this Zoom room that feeds into the Twitch that you're consuming this stream by. We are coming to, sadly, our last session of the day, but we have 4 more fantastic projects and 2 more fantastic hosts for this session. Our external guest of honor is Astrid Refsrup, who is joining us from the triple topping headquarters in temporary headquarters in her living room.
Very temporary.
And Hayo, who is joining us from his living room. Surprise! And traditionally, I hand over a symbolic hot object, like a hot potato at this moment, but I think Astrid has enough hot objects already, so I will just hand over the voice.
Thanks. I take this hot cup of tea then also as a symbolic token. I imagine that you have handed that to me. Yeah, hi, welcome everyone. My name is Hayo. I'm one of the associate professors at ITU's Games program. In case you're wondering, yeah, we have a bunch of those. We're essentially now in what would be the primetime phase, I guess, if there still was such a thing as primetime and Flow TV and all that. So for one last hour, we're going to look at 4 student projects that have come out of ITU's game program or been done by ITU Games students in their free time, if they have something like that. I'm not really sure. But it's going to be my pleasure to moderate this 1 hour now, but most of the talking, most of the feedback, I will gladly leave to Astrid. Astrid, do you want to introduce yourself a tiny little bit?
Yes, I can do that. Now Bobby here is sleeping. So yeah, I'm really excited to see the 5 projects today. I'm the co-founder of Triple Topping Games. We just released Welcome to Elk this year. And we're not doing that. I'm also an advisor to the Game Fund Cloud Nights.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I think with that, we're ready for our first game. The first game we're going to see is the Witches Workshop, and it's going to be presented by Sebastian. Please, take it away.
Of course. I will just share my screen here, and everything should be working. So, yes, greetings, everybody. I am Sebastian, or Seppi, and this is the Witches Workshop. Basically a cute little game about mixing potions and helping and interacting with your customers. But the plot of the game I will leave to our resident familiar cat, Hades.
Another customer? I just went to sleep, but they keep coming, always petting me, telling me what a cute kitty I am, and I am the cutest kitty in the whole wide world. Yes, I am. But I am very busy helping Mama get a good review for her workshop. Those stingy witches won't let her into their coven unless she has enough stars to pass their review. And if the customers leave her too many bad reviews, Mama will have to close her shop, and then she can't feed me. And I like food, especially tuna. Yes, tuna is my favorite. So I'll be the best kitty mascot ever, so Mama can get all the good reviews.
Okay, so as Hades just explained to us, we have to do well with our workshop, complete the tasks of our customers, to improve our star rating, and then hopefully someday we will be invited into the Witch Coven. So we start off with a simple tutorial where our cat Hades tells us that we have to get our order from our customer, who tells us that, oh, they have a sunburn, so we have to figure out what to give them. And then we have our little spell book over here, which tells us what can help our customer. So what they require is some witch aloe. In order to make that, we need some aloe from the garden. And to gather ingredients, we have to do some mini games out in the garden with these mini games. So these are tactile stuff where you have to either like click a bunch of buttons in order to get the ingredients, or it can be a rhythm mini game. Then you can store these ingredients in the shop. You have limited storage space, so you can't save up a bunch of ingredients or stuff like that. But you do have the ability of putting off work to do something else after you have gathered something. So in order to start the cauldron, we have to put some water in, and then, as the recipe tells us, we have to put the aloe in the blue stage, which it has reached. And we have to pull it out at the green state, which is shown by the cauldron here and then the green state here. So we pull it out, and then we can hand it off to our customer, who says, "Thank you." The other things you can do inside of this game is you can throw stuff out if you don't need something, or if you made the wrong brew, something like that. And yeah, the essential core loop of the entire game is that you ask the customer what they need, go to the spellbook, gather ingredients, brew stuff, and then return. So let's see here. I can then start off the cauldron, and while I wait for the cauldron to brew, I can gather the other ingredients, like I have to gather a mandrake root. And in order to do that, I have to press the interact button at the correct time, which then lures the mandrake up from its hidey hole, and I can then pick it up. And our goal with this game was pretty much to make something very cute, very happy, some lighthearted, with still a lot of humor inside of it. So, like our resident writer, Lainey, she made a bunch of funny dialogues, and you can also, if you don't want to give someone what they want, you can just hand them anything and they will just give you a very bad review. But in order to get the good ending, you have to get a good score. But to get a bad ending, you can just give it. You can just give them whatever. In order to get a very consistent and cute art style, we also made sure that every single asset in the game is handmade. Stuff like sound effects and music are gathered from other places, royalty-free areas, but all of the sprites are made by the team. And also all the dialogue is made by the team, and the ideas, and yeah, we just really like to have a cute little game that it just brings joy to any audiences. It is mostly catered to ourselves and our own demographic, because there is a bit of a sinister or adult humor behind it. And yes, that is Witch's Workshop.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was a gorgeous game and a wonderful presentation. Astra, do you want to give us some feedback on it?
Yes, I will. First of all, yeah, I think it's very well made. It has a lot of charm, and the humor also shines through. First of all, I'm curious, how deep does this? It's a bit of a management game. How deep does it go? Do I need to go somewhere to buy seeds, or do I need to find seeds in order to grow the things in the garden? How deep do you want it to be?
For now, the gameplay doesn't go that deeply. Essentially, what we wanted as would have later if we had the time, we would love to have some progression where you unlocked new ingredients, you would unlock new workshops, and we would love a bunch of more mini games to add more variety. But what you see here is kind of what you get. There are also some unique customers that you'll have to play the game to discover, which are hilarious. They have some funny dialogue and some absolutely amazing animations we all love in the team.
So in terms of narrative, are there any overall storyline or special events happening, or is Is it more the interaction with the customer, giving them the right order or the wrong order?
It's mostly the interaction with the customer, like giving the right and wrong order. But there is also like the overarching plot of the witch here, Morgan, as we call her. She wants to get into the witch's coven, but to do that, she has to have a successful workshop. And when you finish the game, you will be told if you did well enough. So you need a good star rating. And if you do have a good star rating, they will invite you into the coven. And if you failed, well, you'll have to close your workshop. And that is a bit of a sad ending. Oh, I think you're
An
muted.
ending to it. I think with these games, very often it's open-ended because people tend to care a lot about what they have created, like the little shop and the customers and everything that built up. But I also do think it's interesting to create something where it doesn't necessarily have to be hundreds of hours of gameplay, but more as a small experience. I'm very excited by this start overall because of we see a trend, people asking more and more for these wholesome games. And you made a game that is like fitting yourself as a team, but I think there's also like more people out there who wants something that is like smaller and a bit more lighthearted and easy to get to play. My last question was the mini games. How do you plan them to be? Because right now it seems super easy. Is that what you intend to do? So it's not like preventing people from actually progressing on in the game.
Yeah, we don't really want to exclude anyone that much from like playing the game all the way through, but we also would like to have a bit of a challenge. Like you don't have to complete every single task successfully in order to win the game, but completing more tasks will give you a higher score, which you will be informed of what your score is at the end. But our main inspiration for mini games and stuff is actually Among Us, which have like exceedingly simple tasks that doesn't really block off anyone from playing, and it doesn't cut off the flow of the game that much. So we wouldn't want to give a player a half-minute mini game where they just seem stuck. It just seems tedious. So that's kind of why we made it very simple.
I think the mini games part is actually my favorite in this game design because there's a lot of run-a-shop kind of games, but adding the mini games on actually expand a bit on the gameplay, and I think that's very interesting. I think it's an amazing project you made. Yeah, I would love to try it. I would love to try all the games.
Wonderful. No, this is really so fascinating because in a way you take all the stressful games I can think of, like Overcooked and Cook Serve Delicious, and mix them all up, and then you take the stress out of them and make some wonderful, wholesome witch's brew out of it. That's quite weird. I think we have maybe time for one question. So let me just ask, what was kind of your main inspiration, kind of as the overall structure of it, right? Now you said that the kind of unexpected Among Us then influenced the mini games. With all these different influences, what was kind of the thing that kept this together that you're going for as an inspiration?
Well, actually, the overarching thing was actually Overcooked, as you just mentioned. It is because we want to mix and match a bunch of potions and stuff, and then also give the player the ability to experiment a bit by just throwing maybe some random stuff together, and then you get a brew out of it that is weird and crazy. So that is actually our main, that's what came up the most while we were discussing the game and its mechanics.
That's wonderful. That's amazing. Cool. Thank you so much, Sebastian. That was The Witch's Workshop, our first game. Thanks so much for the presentation. And we're gonna move on to our second game, Explorer. Presented today by Jonas, right? Jonas,
That's
you're
right.
there?
Hello.
Yes. Maybe turn your camera so we can actually see
Sorry,
you.
I am going to share my screen here in a second.
Thanks.
I am. Can you see my screen now? Hello? Can you see my screen?
Yes, of course.
Perfect.
All good.
All right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Explorer and show you the game that we made during the Making Game course at ITU this fall. It was made by a team of 6 people over the course of 7 weeks. And we finished it roughly 2 weeks ago. Now, before I head into the action here, I just want to briefly hype it up a bit. And I would like to say that Explorer is a chill, no violence exploration game, where the only goal in the game is actually to discover an unknown world of these floating islands that exist in a galaxy far, far away, kind of like Star Wars. And here you play around as an ink blob and discovering the world and the story at your own pace. So just take your time, play it slow. Now, we kind of geared this game towards an audience primarily of non-gamers, and you know, players that are looking for more an experience. I want to take it slow, rather than the kind of player that is focusing, you know, on min-maxing or getting more gold or experience and these sort of elements. And yeah, so what we really try to do here is create a peaceful space for players to relax and give them the freedom to just play the game. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. I will now, so every time you play start in this game, it's a new procedural world that is generated in front of you. And so let's hope that we get a cool world to show you, because, you know, it's never the same. Let's go. Now, one thing we really put a lot of emphasis in when we made this game was that when you spawn into the game, you should always have 4 different ways to go. So initially, you have a big choice of what to do, where to explore, and so on. And since, as I mentioned earlier, you know, this is a game about, you know, it's a relaxing game. It's not about collecting anything or leveling up. So the core loop here is exploration, finding objects in the world and interacting with them, and seeing what they do, basically. So for example, here we have a little dandelion. I can press E to interact with it. It blows away little particles with some cute effects. I can then, you know, see it. I can interact with objects. There's sounds, there's animations on every object. And I would like to, you know, start exploring right away. So here I'm going into what is a biome. The game contains of several different biomes that all have their unique elements within them. And this is kind of to you know, give a more sense of exploration. You know, you find a new color, you find a new land, basically, that you want to explore. And you know, so initially you might think, what can you interact with, what can you not interact with? You see, for example, this one, it looks like you can interact with it, but you cannot. Now, in order to fix this little issue here, you can see, for example, here, there's a little white shining light to indicate that the player can interact with this item, which makes some sound, you know, has some particles. And, you know, we really try to build up this experience through the different sounds of all the different objects, of the interactable objects, and just, you know, build an atmosphere that the player can enjoy. So if I keep walking, you can see I come into an entirely different biome here. And in this biome, we have other type of objects. You can see here we have another light. We can interact with this crystal. You know, it gives a nice effect, some sound again. And every time I press play again here, oh, we got unlucky. We got the same one as before. That's unfortunate. But every time we press play, you know, we get a new world that is unlike the one before us. So I would even argue, you know, there is some kind of replayability to this game. You can always, you know, find new things and have a unique experience every single time you play the game. And yeah, another feature of this game is, for example, as you can see, that the ink blob here, he leaves a little ink trail. This ink trail it seems kind of maybe useless at first, but for example, in this scenario right here, it is very good at, for example, indicating where I have been, because you don't always remember, right? because there's no map or indication of where you've been except for this trail. Now I see that the trail has already been here, and I can take the other way. So let's see what I can find here. Now here, we find a little radio, which we can interact with. That plays some music again. Now, we wanted this, to be kind of, I mean, maybe the Zoom does not do it justice, but, we wanted it to be a kind of nice experience where there's a lot of directional sound in this game. So if you're playing it with the headphones, all the sounds will go towards different ears based on where you're standing and kind of give you an even more better experience. So I do suggest, you head over to the itch page and download it and try it for yourself.
By the way, Jonas, you right now have no sound on at all. So
really?
That doesn't come across then. No.
That's a failure. I didn't know.
I didn't want to interrupt you before.
Oh, okay. Well, now you can hear it, okay? So.
No, still no sound.
It's still no sound?
I think I hear buzzing. It's like bees buzzing.
Yeah, maybe I need to turn it up. I got complaints before it was too low.
Now we can hear something.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, that was a fail, but we keep moving on. So you can see, there's a lot of different elements to the game. You can hear the bees, you can hear the trees, the leaves, the elements, and it's all kind of like encapsulated together into a great experience. Obviously greater with sound, of course. And sometimes you may even find creatures that tell you little funny lines, And as you can see, we're now in the fall biome. So here we have a little fall creature. Yeah. And I would say that's pretty much a game. I mean, there's a lot more elements, more objects to interact with and so on in the game, but I will not find them all in this playthrough. And if you're interested, I would urge you to try for yourself and see if you find some cool stuff, because we really spend a lot of time, putting all of these elements into the game. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you.
How about you stop the screen share?
Yeah.
Thank you. Cool. Astrid, do you want to give him some feedback?
Yes. First of all, I want to know, can people save this game? Like, can you save a world?
I mean, there's no.
Or do you want it to be like it's okay if it's not that?
I mean, the intention is, that there's no, as I said, there's no like collectibles or anything. So we want it to be like unique every time. So every time you quit the game, basically that iteration is wiped, and you'll have to get start a new one next time you play the game.
Okay. I really like the idea and the concept of a world you can just explore. And there's a lot of personality in like all the objects, the little leaf talking to you, things that I think people would really enjoy exploring. But I can't help thinking that it's kind of sad that this world go away. Because if I'm connected to the world and I even have a trail in the world, so like you leave a footstep, you leave a footprint. So it's conflicting a little bit with me if sometimes games are too, that's what you want to tell the player, that something that is enjoyable can also disappear and never be there again. Or otherwise you maybe want to rethink. It depends very much on what kind of project you see it as being. Because like leaving the world behind you, I would see that's like a very artistic statement and a comment to the player.
Yeah, maybe version 2.0. No, I understand what you're saying. We were debating whether to have like some kind of save system, but in the end we decided against it, for better or worse, I guess. I would say, that both sides of this is interesting, because as you say, like sometimes you find something that you really like, and you feel like kind of attached to it in a way, and it would be nice to encapsulate those memories and keep them. For sure.
Yeah, it would really take the game into very different directions if you can reload the world. I have to ask, is there like it's procedural, so I guess it's difficult, but is there like small storylines, or is it like each thing you explore have their like own little story, but it's not connected together?
They're like all of these different biomes that I was talking about, they have their own creatures that have their own lines, which is like a very super small story in itself. But it's pretty much the same story they will tell every time, these creatures, and they don't have like a dynamic story based on the world around them. They're more like isolated. Yeah. Like I found one during this playthrough. Yeah.
How many different objects can I intersect with now in the game?
Rough, I would say it's 92 specifically. There's 92 interactable assets, and we have a ton of non-interactable assets. But as you see, even those that we qualify as non-interactable, like grass, it's still, you can still collide with it and it has sound and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, so, it reacts and so
on.
I think it's a little bit sad that the sound wasn't working, but I think when the sound came on, the world came a bit more to life, I would say, and it felt more like that there's like a sense of direction where you're going, because the platforms looks a bit the same, even though it's like a different biome. And then it reminded me a little bit of Don't Starve, and I think it's amazing that this is very wholesome and relaxed, and no one will kill you.
I would say that it was one of the inspirations for the art style and the camera angle and these kind of things in our game.
Wonderful. I think I sneak in again a last final question, just so that I don't just take up air and time here. The one thing you said in the very beginning fascinates me, namely that you really wanted to go all out with this in terms of the approachableness, if that is even a word, right? Make this a holistic experience also for non-gamers. How do you develop then for players that you don't really expect to have a solid vocabulary of what you can do in a game, right? So much of how we interact with games is very much a matter of convention. How did you try to correct for that?
Well, it was more during the initial testing of the game, we had different groups of players that was playing our game. Some of these groups were involving the more typical gamer who likes multiplayer games, battling and so on. And we also had some people in those groups who don't really play games. And what we saw initially, because we wanted to create, like a more chill experience, was that it was really more popular, frankly, with the people who didn't really like to play video games. Because these people, if I ask the typical gamer about the game, we'd be like, how do I level up? What's the next level? How do I get further? And like try to figure out these clues that aren't really there. Well, someone who's not really maybe that wired towards video games, they didn't really have those thoughts at all. They was more like, cool, what does this do? What does this do? And they have like a whole different approach to playing a game at all. And so we realized that it was rather than cramming elements into the game that wouldn't really fit too well in order to cater to traditional gamer, we decided to just go all out on these ideas that was working very well with people who doesn't really play that many video games.
Yeah, that's as I thought, right? Usually you can only start really catching that when you start testing, and then you iterate as it is. Cool, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jonas. That was our second presentation, Explorer. And from there, we go on, of course, to the third one, Delivery Dog, a game about a male animal, if I understand correctly. And Fabio is going to present that. Please, Fabio, take it away.
Hello. I am here today to present Delivery Dog, as Hayo kindly introduced. And yeah, so Delivery Dog is...
Fabio, Just
yeah.
Okay. Now your image was glitching. Now you're there. Good.
Okay. Delivery Dog is a game, as the title implies, where you play as a dog delivering mail. And of course, the game is not working at the moment. So I'll just restart it real quick. Yeah. Okay. So you are new on the island, and your first job is to ask your boss, the old male animal retiring, Avion, for your first delivery. And he welcomes you to the island of Little Deer and tells you that your first letter is to be delivered to Selina the cat. Oh, sorry. I skipped one of the dialogues. And yeah, the main mechanic of the game is this pedaling mechanic, where you press alternatively the two triggers on your controller or repeatedly the spacebar on the keyboard to pedal forward. And you can also brake with the bumpers and go backward, and steer with the left stick. And this repetitive action, although it makes it a little bit harder for me to speak coherent sentences, makes it so that you sort of get carried away with the game and makes it, in a way, more relaxing. So now we're going to deliver this letter to Selina the cat, curator of the local museum. And the second, well, not exactly a mechanic, but the second main feature of the game is talking with the animals and hearing about their stories. For example, Selina here doesn't exactly love the fact that we are a dog because of the common stereotypes of dogs and cats not liking each other.
Fabio, can I interrupt you real quick again?
Yes.
Your screen is all greenish. Can you quickly stop the screen share and share
yeah,
again?
I can
Maybe
try.
that fixes it.
I've seen that happen to another stream before, and I have no idea what Zoom does that.
Neither do we.
Is it fixed?
Now it's black.
That's not better.
No. The game screen doesn't really come through. Like everything above your taskbar is cut off. Also when you switch screens.
Maybe I can do it from here directly. Oh, it already is here. Then I really don't know. Let's try and share Delivery Dog only. Is it visible now?
Yes, some
Okay.
artifacting. Give it a try.
Okay, well. And yeah, as I was saying, Selina, being a cat, doesn't exactly like us, a dog. But as the game progresses and you complete, for example, just even the second quest, which, spoiler ahead, is going to be about delivering milk, she will start liking us more. And this will be the case for many animals on the island. Well, not disliking us specifically, but getting to know them through delivering mail to them and listening to what they have to say. For example, later on in the game, we will be tasked to deliver a letter to a squirrel, which, again, based on stereotypes between squirrels and dogs, will be very scared of us and will try to run away instead of just accepting the mail we have to deliver. And that is the main gist of the game. We have, I'm gonna skip, get to it. We have a map that populates as you discover new points. We have a bunch of cute, whimsical animal villagers to get to know. And yeah, lots of lots of island to bike on. And I think that is my time for screen sharing. So I will stop here.
Thank you. We still again got that green sheen, but at least we had a very, the grass was really greener on your side, I guess, this time around.
And everything else too.
Exactly, no.
We saw a little bit of the original.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Please, Astrid.
First of all, I think the character design is amazing. And if you were ever to release the game, you have to make merch where people can have these like little teddies. They are super cute. I just want to, first question is, so when I'm delivering mail, do I have like an option where I'm like, I'm going to deliver this mail first, and then I'm going to have the package afterwards? Or is it like one linear narrative?
We were thinking of having sort of intentionality built into the mail delivery mechanic. Later on, we went for a more linear approach, also because of time constraints, since this is also one of the projects we developed in just 6 weeks. But there is a quest where is kind of a love triangle between a turtle, a giraffe, and a raccoon. And you have the option of delivering letters between 2 of these to the third one instead.
Amazing. Yeah, I that's that. There's a lot of humor, and it sounds really fun. If I have those kind of choices in the game, I think you actually have something that is wholesome, but still offers gameplay in a way that can keep people engaged. So it's not only like dialogue clicking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How did you come up with like the characters and each of their personality? Because I think there's a lot. I think that's actually basically what the game is: the characters and the personality.
Well, we certainly based a lot of it on animal stereotypes. For example, yeah, the farm person or farm animal selling you milk is a cow, and I want to specify at this point the milk is not a cow milk; it's almond milk. And so we started from animal stereotypes, and maybe sometimes we found a name for the character and some more of the personality came from there, or vice versa. And so it's just this cycle of iteration.
It's really fun, and it's like first you said like, hey, it's a stereotype, it's a dog and it's a cat, and it's like, oh, there's a dog and a squirrel, and now there's a cow and everything. So I think there's some good. I think that's a good game writing there as well.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Our resident writer did an amazing job, I think.
Yeah.
I guess I have to, though, file a formal complaint with my colleagues overseeing your class in the first semester, because this project you could have just as well done in the second semester in game world design. This is beautiful. It's beautiful storytelling with games exactly of the kind that, yeah, I want to see in that class. So you played that card already. I'm sorry, you're done with that.
I hope I'll be able to find something as interesting.
I'm sure you will. Was there kind of a leading inspiration, a leading example you had for this? It really reminds me of a lot of more like old Italian cinema and weird kind of storytelling that you don't usually see in games from that kind of whimsical, tongue-in-cheek approach. Or did you have any games in mind that inspired you to do this?
Well, yeah, some of the games we took as an example include Animal Crossing and also A Short Hike, to the point where we define the genre of the game to be a hike like with a bike. And yeah, those are the main two. I'm sure there's more inspiration from other games in smaller doses, but yeah, those are the main two.
Mm.
I was just thinking of Weasels, but that's announced like yesterday, where you also bike.
Oh yeah, no, we saw that and we thought, hey, that's our game.
Yeah, I think I was thinking of stuff like Bicycle Thieves or I don't know, old Jacques Tati. That's French. Anyways, so How would you expand on this? That's always for me the main question when I see something that is so tightly narrated, right? So once our delivery dog has set up that love triangle and all that, how do you take it from there? How do you make that into a longer experience, or did you never ever want it to be something longer? Is it meant to stay kind of like a short story format?
Well, we always plan it to be kind of a short game, again, also because of time constraints for the project. But there surely is some more space on the island for more characters or more mechanic-driven quests. For example, again, the catch the squirrel or the find the owl by following the singing noises. And so, yeah, we could place a few more characters and points of interest around the island, also to encourage exploration. Or we could just expand the quests, or rather serialize the quests. For example, an evolution of the love triangle where, I don't know, the relationship evolves. It's just getting to it.
I think if you want, it's actually something you could scale concept-wise, but it require to put a lot of management mechanics into it. Maybe even have some kind of currency and overall goal. But there is enough world building here to create a bigger game than just as one island.
Or you can just go with the, I don't know, if you just play a little bit of Cyberpunk, then you might also just want to have a constant upgrade mechanic and get a new bike every 15 seconds that is marginally better than the previous one. I don't know if I would do that, but anyways. Fabio, thank you so much. This is a wonderful game. Thank you so much also for a really great presentation, even though it was a bit greener than green. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. And as you can see in the chat, the game is now available on itch.io for anyone who wants to try it. So
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good continuation.
Thanks. And with that, we're actually coming to our last presentation for not only this panel, but for the whole day. And it's going to be Pasha, Habitat Protector, which is presented by Jonathan Hertz. Jonathan, please.
Hello, thank you. Let me share my screen and we can just get started. So this is Pacha. I hope there's sound this time. Yes. Perfect. Let me just turn it down a bit here. So Pacha is this game that I made. That I was part of making during Daddy-O. That I think this was also the first game that you showed during this Winter Games, which was also Daddy-O. So just for some context, we were 17 people and we were able to make Pacha in 6 weeks. So it's a quite small production, but also a lot of people to manage. The high concept of the game is that you play as Pacha, the creature that you see before you. There's not enough food for your cubs, so you go out to find some. But you quickly realize that humans have encroached on your habitat, so you have to stop them before they remove the whole forest that you are living in. And with that, let's just get into a new game. We have this small intro cinematic. Okay, so as I said, you are playing as Pacha, this creature that you see in front of you. This is just your small cave out here, and you can move around, obviously, and you can try to gather this apple here, which will just give you a nice pling sound. But as you kind of get to this thing, you will see your first obstacle over here. We have this mechanic, which is sort of the main mechanic, that you can burrow into the ground, and then you can release again to jump over things. And as you kind of progress in the game, we will start to see how that can be used for more things. Another thing you can also do is dash, which you can destroy brittle wood piles with, and further on also destroy more stuff. So this world is very, lush and green. But as you might see now, the humans are starting to cut down some of the trees. So we have to, as this our friend here says, the generator in the middle that is flashing here. We have to destroy that, and to kind of progress in the game. So if we try to go down here, we can see that there are actually some enemies down here. That when I try to get close to them, they will sort of start chasing me. But I can just dash through this guy. He will be stunned for a while. So now I can just go in here, destroy this. We get a nice little juice. So the idea is that when we destroy this, we get a bit of power. We can now burrow faster by jumping in and out of the ground, sort of like a dolphin movement. And we can now also destroy rocks that we weren't able to destroy before. So if I try to destroy these rocks that are over here, conveniently placed, we can try to access the next area of the game. We also have these bugs here. This specific gold bug is, as you maybe saw, a health upgrade. So that's something that you can try and gather. The game is very exploratory. We have these apples and the upgrades we have placed around the whole level. And it's a very like open world. For example, you can also access up here. I'm not gonna show this today, but you're free to explore the game yourself if you want to. But I'm just gonna show you a bit of the gameplay here, where we can, for example, talk to this another friend here that will kind of help us in our way and try to tell us what we need to do. We can also see in the distance here another human camp that we can try to go to. So if I try to now jump up and then down, you might be able to notice it's a bit subtle right now, but we are actually gaining a bit more speed. And as we destroy more generators, we will be able to gain a lot more speed and kind of just really zoom through the air and try to like make you flow through the game. That you can just try to do that. We also have some areas here. For example, you cannot burrow on this. If I try to do that, that won't work. So you have to try to use your different skills to get around that. We can try to jump over the fence that is over there, or we can maybe take the back entrance that is over here. Oh, just a small bug. That happens. But yeah, we can maybe like there are multiple ways to get into this camp. For example, we can jump on top of the buildings. If we try to get an overview of where we are, there are some rocks down here. Oh, and then the generator is down there, but it is guarded, so we have to be a bit careful if we want to jump down there. But yeah, the idea is basically that you destroy these generators, and then you in the end have to return to your home. So now we can burrow even faster and also dash through the iron fences that we saw before. So yeah, the game is very much inspired by actually three things, I think. We have the whole theme of Princess Mononoke, that is like the whole humans versus nature. That is one of the themes that we wanted to explore, where humans, they actually need like wood and stuff, but then also these creatures also live here. So it's not just humans are bad, but also trying to give them like a sense of them actually living here. And then also very like the art style is very inspired by Zelda Breath of the Wild, and the gameplay is actually inspired by these like Flash Dolphin games that you maybe used to play back during school or something, where you can like burrow up and down to get more speed. So yeah, it's a bit of a mishmash of a lot of different sort of games and not really a specific genre, and that's what we try to set out to do. So that is what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. That is impressive. Really, really sweet. I love it. I mean, the art style is gorgeous, and yeah, it's smooth and polished. What can I say? I'm impressed, man.
Thanks.
Astrid.
Thank you. Yeah, the cinematic in the beginning was really impressive. I really like what you set out to explore, the thing between like the nature and humans, and I've seen a few games doing this, but I like that it's very explicit in this game, and I hope to see more games actually exploring this. Games I've made around whatever we experience in our life, and climate changes and humans' impact on the Earth is definitely one of them that we should explore more in games as well. And then I think the way you have set out to take inspiration from such different genres is really clever, and that's where something unique emerges. Here you have this mechanic, like you jump the dolphin mechanic, and I can easily see this game, but also a different kind of game where it's not this fox-like creature on humans, but something else, exploring more of the movement mechanic and what that could be. I can see it either be a fighting game, I can see it being more of a puzzle game and also an exploration game, and I think it's a really, really clever thing you did there.
Thank you. I think it also we almost treated this game as a platformer with the whole movement, where we spent so much time on just the movement. So I think also that really shows that the game has so much potential that you just spoke about.
Mm. Yeah, I think it is in a way a platformer, but it's also just looking in the history of games and taking it up to date. I think it's something you should definitely explore more. Like, what kind of puzzle could it be? Like right now, there's areas where you can't go dig through the ground. But if you keep looking at different genres, I think you can find a lot of unique gameplays. Maybe something with sneaking and hiding and so on. Can you elaborate a bit more of like what types of gameplay you have planned out for this one?
We had actually initially we talked about both having a more focus on combat and also more try to also make some stealth elements in this game, because as you are burrowing into the ground, it would just make natural sense to like have you use that as being able to burrow past enemies or something. But I think one of the director that we had, he was very much in the style of having non-violence, or at least trying to have meaningful violence, where you're kind of justified in what you're doing. So we tried to not have the whole combat thing be too much of a thing, and really try to focus more on the exploratory parts of the game. And if we wanted to expand on this, I think we would definitely go more in a bit like puzzle platformer maybe genre, to try and really like come through with that non-violence approach.
Are you planning on exploring more of the mechanics together with the team as it is now?
No, we have decided to put it on the shelf because we have been working on this for 7 weeks almost, and we're a bit burned out. But we have talked about as a team to like work on other projects, maybe like do some game jams or something. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
It's not that I don't think the rest of the game is interesting. I'm just really intrigued by this mechanic. So next time you game jam, explore it a bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I can just double down on that, I really also think that your whole vision notwithstanding, there's even more potential to be had if you had those different animals that do different things. Like you have a cat-like animal now that sneaks a little bit, that's a bit sneaky. But you could have also had like something more dog-like that's more upfront and more aggressive. There's incredible also narrative potential in there with how can you deal with climate change and with humans, and so yeah. And also just the idea that nature isn't in itself violent is kind of also weird. I mean, animals, I don't know. Anyways, splendid idea, wonderfully executed, and it's actually one of those examples where it's kind of a shame that you now, after all of 7 weeks, are done with it and don't want to go back to it. But thanks for showing it to us. This was amazing, and I hope a lot of people will go out and try to play it. Thanks, Jonathan.
For the kind words.
And then also, I would say thanks to Astral for the wonderful feedback and the kind words to all our projects.
Thank you.
And I think with that, I'm going to get back to our studio in the capital and ask Martin to wrap this all up.
Thank you, Studio Amma. Wrapping up. I also only have thanks, of course, in order to wrap this up. And my thanks go, of course, first to Estelle and Hayo for hosting the last session in this very lovely way. And in general, to all of our guests who joined us for this fantastic pre-Christmas or pre-holiday evening of games. Thank you also to Hannah for helping to organize, especially the guest speakers. Super helpful. Thank you, Alberto, for helping with the stream and the whole technical setup and pressing a lot of buttons during this event. Thank you to Bryn for making the graphics, the logo. We actually ordered stickers that will come at some point, and then everyone who has participated in this will get a sticker when things like giving things to people will be a thing again. Thanks to Alex for moderating the chat and for being around and for just being such a heart and soul of this whole operation. Thanks to Ronnie for composing the music that you listen to in the break. It's actually an app, and if someone can post it in the chat, there is a link to it, where you can download the app that makes procedural music that we're using here. Thanks also to my other colleagues, not only Hannah, but also Hayo and Miguel have been helping out a lot with getting all of this started, and Rune, of course, also, and moderating and giving input and helping out with tasks and just being there when I need help. So I very much appreciate that. Thanks to all students who presented today. And finally, thanks to everyone who came and listened to us. We will come back, I guess, in the summer with summer games, hopefully then maybe then from one place. In case you're in Denmark, like us, I would recommend checking the news because we're locking down again. It seems soon, so do your shopping in the next days quickly. With this, we will have very cozy Christmas, I guess. And I still hope that everyone stays healthy, has a nice holiday. Of course, not everyone is doing Christmas, but whatever the rights or non-rights are, worst case, play video games is a cool thing, and the lockdown is kind of forcing us all to play the games of video. Okay, now I will stop babbling and just wish everyone a wonderful evening, a wonderful holiday, and stay healthy, stay safe, wash your hands, wear masks, stay distant. Cheers.